Good evening and welcome to the Thousand Oaks Planning Commission meeting of April 10th, 2017. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Lanson? Commissioner McMahon?
Here.
Commissioner Nichols?
Yes.
Commissioner Pletcher?
Here.
Chair Newman?
Here. Now is the portion of our meeting for public comments. Members of the public are invited to address the Commission on issues that are within the Commission's purview, but not on this evening's agenda. If you do wish to speak, I need to receive one of these speaker cards. I've not received any for general comments. So, barring any additional cards, we'll move on to written comments, announcements, continuances. Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, Chair Newman. Staff has no additional announcements to make tonight, but I believe you have one.
I do. We want to recognize the service for the past 3 years of Senior Deputy Ed Beauvais, who unfortunately is leaving us after this evening's meeting. In fact, he's already worked a full day up at the main county jail up in Ventura. But for the past 3 years, he's devoted evenings, sometimes very long evenings, to service here. He's had to keep order on a number of occasions, and he's done a great job of that. And he's been a great advocate all around for public safety in our community. So maybe some of my other commissioners have, some other commissioners also wish to make some comments, but I want to be the first to thank you for your service to this commission and to this community. Thank you, and good luck. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would like to thank Deputy Ed Beauvais. Thank you so much for being here. Fortunately, we haven't had to have you intervene very often, but I do recall you getting up a few times, and just having you here is helpful. But also your expertise and being available as a resource for the projects that we've encountered, and spur of the moment stepping up and adding some issues regarding public safety. It's nice to have someone available, and I'm sure your protege is going to be equally up to task. But again, we thank you and look forward to hearing from you in the future as you continue on with your career. But thank you for serving.
Commissioner McMahon.
I also want to thank you not only for your assistance here, but for your assistance on my other job. You've been very helpful and very you've helped a lot. So thank you very much, and good luck with everything in the future.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I came over and shook your hand before the meeting, but certainly want to echo it again and echo what my other commissioners have said about you and your service to this body. But again, just overall, continuing your service just to the community and to the county, it should be certainly recognized, and I look forward to working with your protege, but I certainly hope that he doesn't have to intervene too much. That's usually not a great sign, but no, I wish you the best, and thank you again for your continued service.
Commissioner Lanson.
I just hope that your leaving has nothing to do with me all of a sudden coming on board here. But I want to say thank you again for all what you've done to the commission. Again, I hope to work with your protege as well. Thank you.
Mr. Shepard.
Yes, from staff standpoint, Ed, I wanted to thank you very much for the last 3 years of working with us and reviewing projects and giving us the input as far as for crime prevention components. It was certainly an honor working with you, and you are a quick learn. We turned you into a planner, and it was a monumental task, but we got you there. So right when we have you all set, now you're leaving us and going to another duty station, but hope to see you back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo my sentiments. When I came in here, I knew absolutely nothing about planning, and the support I got from this board and from staff has just been phenomenal. I couldn't have done what I did without the help from everybody in this room, and I just want to say thank you. It's bittersweet that I'm moving on, but for my career, it's probably the better step for me. I'm going to be at the main jail being a first-line supervisor, mentoring the new deputies that are coming in, and holding the inmates accountable for their actions. But I've very much enjoyed my time in Thousand Oaks. You guys made me feel very welcome, and I just want to say thank you very much for that. So.
Again, we're grateful, not only as a peace officer, but also as a friend for all that you do. I can't understand why you'd rather go to jail every day than come here, but I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I also want to introduce Senior Deputy Damian Alvarez, who will be taking over, and welcome, and look forward to working with you and having you here at each of our meetings. Welcome, Senior Deputy.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Ed. I've got really big shoes to fill, not just because he's taller than I am, but he sounds like he was an amazing resource. I hope to be that resource for the board here, and anything I can do to help, I will help, and I'm here to listen and learn, and hopefully my learning curve will be a little easier than Ed's, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on now to our public hearings, will the clerk please call the first case?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6A regarding case SUP 2017-70010. Applicant, Circus Tricks Thousand Oaks, LLC. Request to allow a commercial recreational facility at an existing shopping center, the Jans Mall. Location, 193 North Moore Park Road.
Thank you. And with our staff report this evening, Ms. Pedroso. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman and members of the Commission. The request in front of you is for an indoor recreational facility at the Jans Marketplace. And the Jans Mall Marketplace is located on the west side of Moore Park Road, north of Hillcrest Drive. And the location of the actual facility is internal to the mall, just to the west of Toys R Us. And where right now it's actually a furniture store, used to be Linens and Things before. The zoning of the property is C3H, which is Community Shopping Center with a height limit overlay. And that recreational facilities are allowed in the C3 zone with a special use permit. So a special use permit has to be reviewed by the Planning Commission once the Commission determines whether the project will not be detrimental to the health or safety and is compatible with the surrounding uses. The facility is anticipated to have about 200 patrons and about 25 employees at maximum capacity. Basically, the indoor facility, what it is a set of trampoline areas and foam play areas, and as well as party rooms and viewing areas. And it's basically, the overall is about 37,000 square feet. And with that, you also have like some interior corridor areas and support service areas, restrooms, office, and so on and so forth, that entail the whole facility. So like I mentioned before, the location of the facility is actually in the middle of the center. So it's internal to the mall. There's no really exposure to the public areas or the public streets, I should say, and it's definitely shielded from any residential that is to the north, west, and east by the whole mall parking lot and additional buildings. This is a floor plan of the facility, and there are some larger squares. And these are the different play areas. They have, the trampolines. They have like a zip line area. They have like a basketball court area, different activities. And then they also have party rooms. And above the party rooms, they have a mezzanine, which they has a viewing area. This is actually like this is the same plan, but just kind of rotated 3D version. So if you look at the bottom left one, these are the windows, the storefront windows that right now exist facing north on the building. And then again, you have a lot of the foam pit areas, and then you have the other trampoline areas throughout the facility. And again, with your party rooms and your mezzanine on the one end. And this is the same floor plan, just the view rotated so you can see it from the other side of the facility. Again, this is located on the southern entrance, southeast entrance to the Jan's Mall, like right next to, in between Toys R Us and what used to be Rite Aid before. And this is the exterior view as you're going down the corridor, looking west. And then this one is turn around looking east towards the Toys R Us building. So this whole area is going to be occupied by the facility. Like I mentioned, all the activities are going to be inside the building, so we don't anticipate any noise issues. Again, besides the fact that it's internal, even if you have the public attend the facility, you're still surrounded by a parking lot and other buildings, the mall and parking structures, so there's no anticipation we don't anticipate there's going to be any issue with the residential areas. They are going to do some minor changes to the storefront, but it's basically remaining the same. It's just more relocating some of the entrances and exits, but in essence, it's not changing the look of the building. And right now, they have anticipated hours of operation of Sunday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and then Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to midnight. Now, in the staff report, we did describe that the applicant right now is intending to only open by appointment only on Sundays, but at a future date, they may consider open for business. So we determined that it would probably be easier to just have the hours of operation extended through Sunday and give the applicant the opportunity to either open for appointment only or open for later on open regular business hours, and we limit it through the same hours that they have through Thursday. And again, since this is an internal, all the activities are internal, and you already have the movie theaters going to kind of late, Sunset Terrace is staying open till later also, we don't anticipate that being open until midnight on Friday and Saturdays will be an issue either in regards to potential noise in the area. Also, the police department reviewed the project. They have no opposition. They do have conditions of approval they have put in the as part of the project approval. And we also have the ability that if should any issues come up, we have an opportunity, the city will have the opportunity to revoke the permit if anything happens that code violations or any complaints, numerous complaints come about, but we don't anticipate that to happen. One of the major items in this project has to do with parking. The applicant gave us a printout, which you actually have on the packet, the Mission Viejo facility parking model. And basically, the way it works, understanding that the Mission Viejo store is smaller than this one, they actually use a ratio because they can only have so many jumpers, per area. So based on the maximum occupancy that you can have in the building, that it determines, based on their study, how many cars they anticipate to have, come to this facility. In their calculations, they came out to about 147 parking spaces. If you go by the code requirement, the code requires 1 per 250, which is the same as 1 parking space per 250 square feet of area, which is the same as skating rinks. Therefore, the staff came up with a total number of 151. Obviously, the 151 and the 147 are pretty close, so there's really no discrepancy there. We actually are requiring the 151 spaces, but there's no issue because the overall Jazz Marketplace as a mall, with all the anticipated and future build-out, as per the shared parking analysis, has a surplus already at peak times. As you may be aware, the mall has some larger department stores. You have the gym. You have smaller stores or some restaurants. But however, even with all that, and they do have a large number of square feet that is available right now, but the shared parking analysis that has been prepared for the project is already anticipating full capacity, and with that, they still have about a 44% surplus parking available, even a peak demand for this use. So again, staff doesn't. It is a staff's position and opinion that there will be no issues with the parking at this facility. The project is exempt, and it follows on the Class 1 exemption from CEQA because they have basically minor changes and just of the operation of a change in use in the operation of this facility. Our recommendation to the Planning Commission is that the Commission approves SUP 2017-710, subject to the findings that are in your report and the conditions also in the report. And with that, we do have members of the police department, as well as we have Victor Ignacio from building, if you have any specific questions.
Thank you very much for that report. Commissioners, are there any questions of staff at this time? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Ms. Pedroso. You mentioned that the proposed hours are going till midnight, and that we have two facilities, or two tenants, I should say, on the premises, Sunset Terrace and the movie theaters, which operate later. Is there a restriction for the property as far as hours of operation, the property as a whole, or is this done on a tenant-by-tenant basis?
The original DP for the project, actually it's a PD, was sold for the Jazz Marketplace, does not have an overall hours of operation. It has been more on a case-by-case basis because the tenants have come around as, the years go by that we have made those modifications. And again, everything is based on the proximity to residential and how it affects that neighborhood.
Okay. And secondly, regarding the parking, the report indicates that the parking that's available includes everything except for the lot that's in front of Nordstrom Rack and Sears. So that would be approximately from the Caneo Road entrance all the way over to Hillcrest. That whole area there is not included, but the parking lot that fronts Moore Park Road and then the parking structure in the back, all that capacity is part of and available for this use.
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, the parking analysis does not include what's in front of Nordstrom's Rack and DSW because that's a different ownership, even though they share the same accesses. But yeah, you're correct. The parking lot facing Moore Park Road and the parking structure are included in these calculations.
Okay. And a public safety question, so you can flip a coin, decides who can answer this one. We don't have a lot of these types of entertainment facilities in town.
Correct.
And I don't know if you have experience throughout the county, since you serve the entire county. The report has indicated, Ms. Pedroso has indicated that you have no concerns, but have there been other facilities around where you do have some practical experience where you can say, whether it be the golf facility up in Ventura or others, that you've said, yeah, we've encountered similar facilities and there isn't an issue, or there are certain types of issues? Has there been some experience that you could relate to this?
Well, this is the only place like this in the county that I'm aware of. The only thing I can equate it to would be the Sky High over in Camarillo. And that is more the fan-based thing where you're kind of parachuting. So really there's no model for this to equate to. So I looked at MB2 and the Sky High, and there really are no issues over there. So I didn't see this being a big concern for the police department.
Okay, and even at this site, I mean, it seems like it's a frequented mall where it's not a standalone, because some of those facilities are standalone.
Correct.
This is part of it. So I just want to confirm there's no concerns from your analysis.
That's correct, sir. We don't
Okay.
have, the police department has no
Okay.
concerns.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McMahon.
I just have a quick question for our city attorney. It says on page 8 that the applicant holds us harmless as a city. Do you foresee any liability if from somebody injuring themselves at this place?
No, I mean, I'm more than confident that without looking at their pro forma, that they're going to have a waiver for any use of this facility. This clause is used normally when we have someone who contests a application, and we go through a process where whoever that person is bringing a lawsuit against the applicant and possibly the city. And this clause ensures that the applicant understands that they will have to identify and defend us in any type of claim against the approval or disapproval of this project.
Commissioner Lanson.
In looking at, Ms. Pedroso, thank you for putting this together. In looking at the plans, I had a question initially with regard to the number of party rooms. The plans indicate 3, but on page 5 under background, I think it says there are 4 party rooms. I just want to make sure we're all clear that based on the plans, it's 3 party rooms. Look at the second paragraph at the end on background. It said 4. I didn't know if there was a different room that was deemed a party room.
There's actually one more room on the mezzanine, which we don't have the plan over here on this exhibit. So there's a mezzanine, they have a viewing area, and the last party room, which is party room D.
Okay, and all for the same basic concepts?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any indication, and again, this may be for the applicant, as to if there's lockers or where do people keep their personal items? Because the concern obviously is it near a door or something that could create other issues?
I would definitely have the applicant answer to that question because I have more of an schematic type of plan and I don't have all the details just yet.
I have a few other questions, but it's probably for the applicant as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. My only question is regarding the parking plan. I believe the parking study was prepared either by the applicant or by Jantz Mall itself. The question is, does city staff agree with the findings of that study that there would be 943 parking spaces available, well in excess of the 151 required for this facility?
Yes, if you, what we have in possession, the mall has been preparing this parking analysis since back 1998, 2001, 2008, and then, the most recent one. Every so often when they have new projects, we have them updated. And it's been pretty consistent that the parking lot has not been fully utilized. It could have been a combination of when you have the large box type of stores, like Toys R Us and Burlington before it was Mervyn's, and so on and so forth. It doesn't draw the higher traffic than other stores would do, and also the fact that we're looking at peak times. So the peak time for the store may not be the peak time for the gym, and may not be as the highest one for the movie theater as well.
All right, so without necessarily being exact, I mean, the demand here may be 147, it may be 151. The number of available spaces may be 943 plus or minus some, but city staff's position is that ratio approximately is correct. Is that true?
That is correct, yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions of staff? All right, then we'll move to hear from our applicant. And speaking for the applicant this evening is Mr. Scott McLean. We ask that, for the record, that you give your name and your city of residence. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Scott McLean. I reside in Fort Smith, Arkansas, and I'm the Chief Development Officer for Circus Tricks. I think we have a presentation that we can give, but I think that to keep this brief, I'd like to address the questions that you might have, and then if some of the things that are in our presentation add value to that, we'll do that maybe after your questions. I did want to address one thing on the lockers right out of the gate. We have electronic lockers for the patrons and customers to lock up their personal items in, and they're secured in the building in a place that is under view from our staff that's there at all times. So they're able to secure their own things and keep the electronic combination themselves. So with that, I would open it up for questions if that's okay.
Very good. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McLean, thank you for joining us tonight. You appear to be the only one with experience in this venue, so I have a couple of questions for you. Past experience, obviously, you do have one within range of us here down in Mission Viejo. With the type of activities that are there, when are the peak times? I mean, who is your clientele? Is it after-school children? Is it families? Is it weekends, weekdays, nights? Is it adults? Singles having party? I'm just curious. What do you see? What do you offer? Because it seems like there's quite a collection here. And who do you target, and who do you see as your clientele?
Well, we invite everyone, and we'd love for everyone to come at least 3 times a month. But beyond that, we typically are our typical customers between 16 and 25. It's mostly families that come and bring those age kids. Someone earlier mentioned a waiver system. So you have to be 18 or older to come into the facility without your parents signing the waiver. So the younger people are often joined by their parents, or their parents have to come with them first time to prove and get their identification and prove that they have authorized them to come into the facility. Peak times obviously would be during the weekends, and it's mostly during the day on Saturdays, and we are open on Sundays now. We've made that corporate decision. We've started opening our facilities on Sundays, but our real peak day is Friday evening from about 6 until midnight, and then Saturday all day. We're pretty much sold out during those times. Facilities are used a lot less during the morning and afternoon hours during the week, with the exception of Mother's Day outs and other types of activities that people would bring their kids to. We say that our patrons are from 4 to 74, and you will see a lot of that. You'll see a lot of older people that come in and do low-impact aerobic type exercises on the trampolines and do things for circulation. But really our primary customers are 16 to 25. Okay,
and do you offer any type of training regimen, or do you have instructors to come in and use how to trampoline, or is this pretty much just people come in and then your staff is there to help them make sure they're being smart or are there some organized types of activities?
Yes, mostly. We do have dodgeball tournaments and other things, and we do some things to challenge individuals to get better at each of the events and things that we have in the facility. But it's not set up like a fitness facility where you have personal trainers or any of that. We don't go to that level. But we have staff that's there at all times, and they man certain positions depending on how busy the facility is. They'll man, we'll have more staff in there the busier it is, and they'll man positions so that they can control an area of the building and make sure that everyone's behaving safely and operating the equipment as it's supposed to be operated. And then we have posted placards around the facility that say the things you can do and the things you cannot do. We are, I would say, the world leader in installing and having ninja courses, and you see that that's a big event, and that's very popular around the world right now. And Kevin Bull is someone that we sponsor. He is the Michael Jordan, if you will, of that sport. We sponsor him, and so we do some, I wouldn't call it training, but we do some education to help people understand how to get the most out of the different items that we have in the facility. So, but it's not set up where we have organized training programs or anything of that nature.
Okay. And then one last question. Ms. Pedrosa was talking about a certain capacity of the facility based on the certain events that you have, or certain facilities that you have, and you even referenced yourself that you can get sold out. So is there a capacity for the actual structure or the building itself, or does it kind of depend on who's using what, and at that point you determine, hey, we can only have 10 people over here, 4 people over here, 15 people are here. And at some point, how do you reach capacity, and is there a reservation system so people can come in and go?
Great questions. There is a reservation system. We have online reservations, and each facility, depending on the square footage of trampolines and other features that are in the building, and if you want to show up that floor plan, we can kind of talk, maybe point to a few of those. But the different features that are in the building would say, in this feature, only 2 people can be there at one time. Or on a trampoline area, there's ASTM guidelines and OSHA guidelines that say only 1 person for every 60 square feet. So if you have people that are crowding themselves together, let's say the capacity of the facility, which is governed by our point of sale system, we cannot actually oversell the platform that's there. I think people could hear me if I could maybe walk up there, but Claudia, could you point to the actual platform? You see the white area that's around, that's more of the circulation. The darker shaded areas, those areas are controlled by our point of sale and our people that say you have to have wristbands to get onto the platform. And the wristbands are on there, they're colored for a certain time period. So people get on for 30 minutes or an hour at a time, and they pay in advance for that. So that area will, based on the features that we have in each facility, will generate a capacity. And once that capacity is set, and it's not etched in stone, but once that capacity is set with the items that are governed by ASTM and OSHA, then we set that and we put that into our point of sale system, and we cannot oversell that time period. Now, with regard to if people crowded up, let's say the capacity for that was 200 people, but everyone decided they wanted to crowd up on one feature, that's when our staff would come in and say, no, you can't all gather together and all jump on the same trampolines at a time. We have guidelines on that as well.
Okay. All right, then, because I think, as you heard, there's a few questions about parking. I just was wondering how you regulate that internally for capacity. And if there's obviously a reservation system, you're going to meter people in, meter people out over times, which will maintain that maximum capacity then.
It is. And the 4 per 1,000 or 1 for 250 square feet, however you want to calculate in different communities, when we go into a facility and we're building from scratch, that's the design criteria that we would typically use. We'd like at least 3 and up to 4 parking positions per 1,000 square feet of facility. So we're right in the sweet spot in our mind with the parking that we have available. And actually, in those days that maybe there are other functions and features going on, if they're having different things, activities at Jan's Marketplace, which is gathering a lot of people, we have excess capacity based on the parking studies that we saw.
Okay,
So.
thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there other questions of this applicant? Commissioner Lanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the distinction of going to one of these parks and almost having too much fun with my kids. It's a fantastic concept. So I appreciate you bringing something to what's an experience economy involvement in the Jan's Marketplace. I think it's a great idea. Is this a corporate-owned concept or a franchise?
No, all of our facilities are corporate-owned and operated facilities. So we're actually the largest in the world doing what we do. There are other, someone mentioned Skywalker, but a Sky Zone is out there, and they're a franchise operator. There's another one that's more franchise. We're the largest that corporately operated, and I think by quite a margin on that. So we have consistent safety protocols, consistent training methods for our team members, and other things we think help us.
I know the staff in the report recommended a 3-year period for you to go into actual use. Do you have any time period how long this normally takes for you to get up to speed and open?
We anticipate 60 days to 90 days max, depending on the staff has allowed us to submit our building permit application coinciding with this, knowing that was at our risk. But we like to expedite that, and it seldom ever takes us more than 90 days to go in and remodel the facility and get open.
And just out of curiosity, for the Ninja Warrior concept, is it actually like the show where people are going and doing aerial obstacle course type things?
Not quite as challenging, but it's very challenging.
And is there a foam pit at the bottom, or are they hooked onto something?
Yes, there are foam pits. We don't have any swimming pools for them to fall in, but we do have foam pits.
Okay. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to see eventually the presentation, just to see what, if there are any additional photos that you have. I mean, I loved our photo sheet. You had mentioned just, I believe, in the early questions with Commissioner Nichols, that you made as a decision on the corporate level you're going to be open on Sundays?
Yes, we actually
there's conflicting information here that you're, private events, maybe I'm closed, maybe I'm open. Is that, so we're just going to proceed like you're going to open?
We are open on Sundays now. We made the application earlier in the year, and since that point in time, we have decided that we are open on Sundays, and we've started opening our other facilities on Sundays. Typically from 1 to 6, but we would like to reserve the right to open from 9 to 9, and
sure,
the mall's open at the same time.
Sure. Coming back to, I think, more of the safety questions on with Commissioner Nichols had. You had talked about that certain sections of the facility are kind of not sectioned off, and there's wristbands and everything, but it looks by at least the pictures that it's kind of open, and I can move to shooting baskets on a trampoline and run over to the foam pit and just.
Yeah.
So I guess really, so when you're talking about your staff's monitoring it, it's really just concentration of people. If it just happens to end up where there's 40 people shooting baskets on a trampoline, you're going to run over and.
Well, we wouldn't run over. We actually have people that are stationed in the building in different positions. Our people pretty much stay where they are based on how busy the facility is. We actually have a placard that would tell, okay, we need 6 people on the platform because we have so many patrons and they need to be positioned in these particular areas. So it's actually very regimented, if you will, from our side. So once you're on the platform, you can pretty much go to any of the features that you want to go to. Or you can sit and just lounge on the leather couches that we have up there for people to rest on as well. But once you're on that platform, you can go to any of those locations.
Okay. I think that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have one more. Forgive me, but my day job works for a fire department, so I have to ask a question about evacuation plans. I know there's a condition here. But in the midst of having lots of fun and then the chaos erupts, how are your staff trained? Because obviously your patrons are either oblivious or frenetic at that moment. How are your staff trained to deal with the chaos of an emergency to make sure everyone gets either escorted one direction or the other in a safe manner?
Well, first of all, the staff knows where all the emergency exits are and how to get off the platform and get people to the nearest exit. So they're trained in that both before they start and become employees, and then continually after that. They're trained on those things. We have diagrams in the building that aren't just posted in the office. We have diagrams that people know how to get out, and our staff is trained on that. So if they're, and forgive me for being a little detailed, let's say they're on this particular day, because we're so busy, we have 6 people on the platform and they're in positions 1 through 6. If I'm in position 1, and they do rotate around those positions, if I'm in position 1, I know where the nearest exit is, and I know how to get the people from my section to that exit.
Okay.
So we take that very seriously, and in fact, we've used the same architect for the last 30 or so of these, and the diagrams that we provide in that and into the building permit plans, I would say more than exceed the requirements to meet the fire codes for exiting and emergency exiting. Even though it's a big space, we really can't get that many people on there because of the ASTM and the OSHA guidelines that are up there. So it may seem chaotic, but it's not like it's a packed location from that.
Okay, thank you.
Hope that helped.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the applicant? Thank you, Mr. McLean.
Did you wanted to see the presentation?
If you had any additional photos.
I do have one thing that I think would be helpful. Now, I want to say that before we go to this, these are trained people in our facility, and people would not be going from station to station like what you'll see here. The reason that we have this video, and I hope it shows, the video that we have is really to illustrate the different types of features that we have in the facility. But keep in mind, we still have some features that we're constantly innovating. So we've added features since this video was put together a few months ago that we could talk about a little bit more. But I think the video will show you what one of our facilities looks like. And I think if you'll move to the 3rd slide. We'd like to crank the music. No. We try to keep our facilities very bright, colorful. So here again, he's a trained professional. So this is what an area would be called our open jump, where, it's that big flat area that Claudia was showing earlier. This is our launch trampolines, and they launch into foam pits. I get a little dizzy every time I watch it, but that would never be allowed. So this is a dodgeball court. We actually have dodgeball tournaments, and they have a dodgeball game every 30 minutes on schedule when there are enough people in the building. What this video doesn't show is our ninja course, and a few other things we have some photographs of. I might move down a few slides. Keep going there. So this, on the top left, shows one of our trapeze, and it's really just like it says. There's a swing with a trapeze. The kids go off a platform, swing out, and drop into it. There's a shot of one of our ninja courses. I think the ninja course in this facility may be twice the size of that one. And then we have just other features that are shown there. But we have what's called warp wall, parkour. I'm not cool enough to know what parkour is, but all the kids today know what it is, and they're pretty incredible at it. So be glad to show you anything else if you'd like. Thank you for your time.
I do have one question on the video. Kids are super happy, excited. when they're jumping on those squares. What's to prevent two kids from jumping onto the same square, potentially landing on one another?
Rules, number one. It's against the rules. And our attendants that are there know. The last thing, or the most dangerous thing that actually can happen, is where two kids jump off a platform and try to spring one kid up into the air, and you see that in different things. That's when injuries occur, and it's absolutely not allowed, and we'll actually ask people to leave if they can't. If they can't use the facility safely, we can't let them stay there. You had asked a question earlier, Ms. McMahon, about safety, and I think there's no greater telltale sign about safety and how safe are your facilities other than maybe your insurance premiums. And since we started this business back 5 years ago, our premiums have gone down every year. And now they're less than 30% of what they were when we started. So our injury ratios and and those kinds of ratios have continually gotten better as we've proven that we can operate the facility safer. So I think that's a pretty good sign of what we're all about. Anything else?
Any other questions? Commissioner Pletcher.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Just one additional question. Based on the video, I'm just curious. So you have the multi-squares of trampoline, and you have the little runners in between. What material is on the little runners in between? Because it looks solid based on what they're I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's rubber. It's actually a rubber material that we glue down to pressure-treated plywood. So there's plywood over the top of metal studs, just like a normal floor would be right here. Plywood over the top of that, and then we have a rubber surface that's tacky. I don't know how to describe it. If you've gone up and down stairs that have the dimpled rubber, it's similar to that rubber. It doesn't have the dimples on it, but it is a tacky, rubbery feel. Kids have to wear socks, typically inside the facility, and we sell those kind of socks, but their socks grab on that rubber, and it's softer to the feel.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions of the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Normally at this part of our hearing, we would be hearing from the public, either with oral speaking cards or with written cards. I don't have any. If there is any member of the public that wants to speak on this case, you're welcome to fill out a card, but not seeing that. I'll go ahead and go back to staff for any additional comments.
We don't have any additional comments.
All right. And Mr. McLean, we just heard from you, but if you have any rebuttal or additional comments, you're welcome to make them at this time. With that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open up discussion or ask for a motion on this case. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead and like to make a motion for approval of SUP 2017-70010 for the special use permit for this facility. My basis for making the motion, the safety features have been, I think, adequately discussed. This is a company that certainly has been around for a number of years with a number of different facilities, not only across the United States, but across Europe and Asia by our staff reports and letters. They clearly are trying to set a standard by which they're operating their facilities, and we've, I think, discussed a lot of different safety aspects in which they bring. I think in addition, it's a welcome new activity for the city of Thousand Oaks. I think in times like this, where retail establishments and retail facilities are struggling to hold on to anchor stores, hold on to any tenants they can, something like this is certainly welcome for Jan's Mall. The letter that they wrote discusses the jobs that they'll be creating in the city. I think it's a new fun facility for families to participate in. In addition, I think really the largest issue and the parking issue, I think has also been thoroughly, adequately addressed. I think, again, coming back to my comments involving retail spaces, I think it would be welcome to go to Jan's Mall on a Friday or Saturday and have struggled to find parking. But I think the parking spaces they've adequately shown that plenty of parking. I think their hours run along the same facility and the same line in which Jan's is open. They pointed to the movie theater as well as that restaurant as being open just as late as they are on the weekends. And, I mean, I'll be honest, the video looks like a lot of fun, which I think is, again, it's good, it's welcome for the community, and I'm happy to make the motion for approval.
If I may, Chair, Mr. Pletcher, would you please include the findings, if you deem appropriate?
I'm so sorry, I skipped over that.
Attached suggested conditions for approval that were listed in the packet.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant City Attorney. Let me rephrase. Move for approval of SUP 2017-70010 with the attached findings listed 1 through 5, as well as the suggested conditions of approval as outlined on pages 8 through 15 of the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Discussion, comments? Commissioner Nichols. Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you. I just have 3 comments. The first is I agree with everything Commissioner Pletcher says. Second comment is I can't remember how many times I've heard people say, there's nothing to do here. Teenagers need something to keep them in town, and this fulfills that need. And so my third comment is I want to try it myself. It looks like a lot of fun. So I'm going to support your motion.
Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd also intend to support the motion. I think it's a great asset for the community, certainly for the Jan's Marketplace, be a great addition. I don't think parking is an issue. There regularly, I think people just don't even know that the parking structure exists for a large part in the back. They've got the top floor of the parking structure cordoned off. It's not even used. So if we had a parking problem there, I'd be thrilled, actually, for the Jan's Marketplace. I know we do have some vacancies there, but I do think it'd be a great asset. And yes, it will certainly add to the activity level for our community and to targeting a specific age group, I think, which would be wonderful, because I know we do have a lot of youth sports, but I think this would be a great asset. So I'm looking forward to giving it a try, if not just watching first, but it looks exciting. Thank you.
Commissioner Lanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually managed a card and gift shop in Westwood Village as one of my first jobs, and I was struck by the concept that we need an experience process, not just goods, not just services. And this is what this process provides, is a reason for people to hang out at the Jan's Mall, not just for this activity, but for movies, for food, for an entire day's activity, which is exactly the kind of thing that I think fits the concept. What I'm also impressed about is these are the right people. This is an actual, very well-designed, well-focused people. They've done it in lots of different places. The video is great. I can't think of people that I would want doing this more than you people. So I think this is a great concept. And I think you've also created a nice bonding opportunity for all of us, because I think we'll be going the first day as part of a group. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I look forward to joining my fellow commissioners on the trampoline mats, seeing us all do backflips, etc. I concur with all the comments that have been made. I don't have much more to add other than that I agree that this kind of recreational facility is sorely needed here and would be very welcome. So I too will support the motion. So with that, I'll ask that we go ahead and please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
Mr. McLean, thank you for choosing Thousand Oaks. This is a case that is subject to appeal, Any aggrieved party has 10 days to appeal this ruling before the Community Development Department. Thanks again. Moving on to our next case, will the clerk please call case 6B?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6B regarding case SUP 2015-70651 and OTP 2016-70070. Applicant, Thousand Oaks Toyota. Request to allow a building expansion and use of reflective exterior materials for an automobile dealership, Toyota, and encroachment within the protected zones of 4 oak trees. Location, 2401 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Thank you. And with a staff report on this case, Mr. Chua, good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman, members of the Commission. For your consideration tonight is an application to construct an addition to the showroom and the service area for the Toyota dealership. They're also requesting a lighted glass entry portal. They're requesting the use of metal panels on the building exterior and encroachment within the protected zones of the 4 oak trees. In connection with this application, they're also asking for waivers of the specific plan, Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, which is also known as the SP20. So they're asking for waiver of SP20 standards, which is building setbacks and the requirement for pedestrian walkway width of 15 feet. This project is surrounded by combination of multifamily dwelling and single-family dwellings to the north, and by other commercial businesses on the east, south, and the west side. This next slide here shows the proposed expansion, which are the hatch areas. Addition will be made behind the existing service building that will serve as the parts storage. There will be a new customer lounge next to the parts storage area, and addition to the showroom on the east side. A new monument sign is proposed on the west side of the existing driveway, and the existing service driveway will be removed. The site plan shows 61 parking spaces for the dealership, and it is required to provide 57 spaces by our municipal code. Portion of the building addition and landscape work will be encroaching above an existing culvert that runs through the site, which is this one right here. This is the culvert. That's the landscape encroaching portion of the building and this area. And for that, the applicant is required to obtain approval from the Ventura County Flood Control District, which is notified of this application. There are 4 oak trees on the site, which are all street trees. There's one. I'm going to be pointing them. This one here, here, and here. There will be a minor encroachment on the encroachment in the protected zone of these oak trees. This is a photo simulation provided by the applicant. Please note that this photo simulation includes a Toyota text and logo at the glass entry portal. The applicant is not proposing to install those signs on the portal at this time based on the provided elevation plans. This is a second photo sim provided by the applicant. And again, like I said, this Toyota sign here is not part of this application, and it's not in the proposed elevation. The project is located within the Thousand Oaks specific plan area. The dealership was approved in 1968, and several modifications have been approved for the site since. The latest one was a 3,000 square foot addition, which has yet been constructed. December of 2015, the applicant applied for a major modification to request the approval for the lighted portal sign. The addition of 12,000 square feet consisting of 5,226 square feet of part storage and 7,650 square feet of showroom areas. In addition to this, like I mentioned earlier, the application is also requesting deviation from the SP 20 standards to have a front setback exceeding 15 feet. The pedestal walkway of less than 15 feet, interior lit glass for an entry portal, and use of metal panels for main exterior wall of the building along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Now, as I mentioned, why are this deviation? The Thousand Oaks, the specific Plan 20 requires a minimum setback, front setback along Thousand Oaks Boulevard of 0 feet to 15 feet. They're proposing 27 feet on one side and about 22 feet on the other side. The walkway requirement is 15 feet along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, except for the areas between Herbs Road and Cuneo School Road, which requires 20 feet. That's another deviation. And another deviation would be the requirement by the specific Plan 20 to provide courtyard plazas for front setbacks that's not covered by a building. So as I mentioned earlier, they're requesting a setback of more than 15 feet, and the pedestrian walkway width of less than 15 feet, which is 10 feet today. The interior lit glass for an entry portal and use of metal panels. Now, I forgot to mention earlier that the specific plan supplemental standards or guidelines prohibits the use of reflective materials. So glass and these metal panels are both reflective and glare producing. So the proposed building setback for the showroom is 22 feet 7 inches, while the for the service area it's 29 feet 3 inches. So this is why a setback deviation is requested. The existing building is considered legal non-conforming because it does not comply with certain specific 20 standards. As such, the Planning Commission approval is required for the addition exceeding 10% of the building floor area. The total building floor area currently is about 30,000 square feet. As previously mentioned, the proposed addition, the total is 12,876 square feet. With the addition of the enclosed showroom, the amount of existing outdoor display area will be reduced, bringing it closer into compliance with the specific Plan 20 requirement. The remaining outdoor display will be located to the east side of the showroom, and the vehicle display in front of the showroom is prohibited through condition number 16. As mentioned earlier, again, specific Plan 20 requires 15-foot sidewalk for certain areas along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. To accomplish this, a 5-foot wide easement is necessary for future sidewalk widening. Suggested condition number 4 requires the applicant to record such easement with the Ventura County Recorder's Office. Staff is recommending that the sidewalk be left at 10 feet because widening the sidewalk would require removal of a portion of the existing landscape and installation of a retaining wall and at some sort of railing if required by the building code. It's staff opinion that the existing landscaping will provide better aesthetics. Now we're getting into the fun part. The entry portal and the metallic panels. The portals dimension is 40 feet wide by 3 feet 4 inches deep by 25 feet in height. It will be constructed of square glass panels embedded with fabric with interior lighting for each panel. The gray aluminum composite material, or ACM panels, will be used along the front building of facing Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Now, there are two potential impacts for the proposed portal and the ACM. One would be additional nighttime light source and daytime glare. This picture right here is taken from Ventura Toyota, taken at 150 feet away across the street, to show you the glare that this portal would provide. This one is another dealership in Oxnard, taken at 100 feet. And this is to give you a little gauge of what this thing's going to look like. The proposed portal is only 29 feet away from the property line. This is a picture of the same dealership in Oxnard, showing you the ACM panels installed. Notice the glare right here. And just for your information, this dealership right here is oriented the same way as the project site, which in relation to the sun. This picture was taken late in the afternoon, and just to let you know that the camera actually reduced the glare on this. When staff was taking the picture, we can't even see the display on the camera. So this is what it's going to look like late in the afternoon. And I've taken a few pictures for different vantage point. This is a closer view of the glare to simulate pedestrians walking along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And here's another one, taking an approximate view of drivers heading west on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So if we have this glare in the afternoon, it's also possible to have this glare early in the morning on the eastbound side, side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. This picture shows a typical Toyota portal with the Toyota sign on it. Like I said earlier, the applicant's not proposing the logo and the Toyota text. And here's another picture of same type of portal. This picture shows the prototypical building for Toyota dealerships. Notice the use of the portal and the gray ACM panel. Staff is recommending that the applicant use materials and colors that were approved under a previous development permit, which is gray and off-white. A program EIR was prepared for specific Plan 20, which includes this subject area. This document applies to all developments within the area covered by SB 20. As an environmental checklist was prepared for this subject request, which determined that with the inclusion of recommended mitigation measures that's contained in the EIR, the project is within the scope of the original EIR and does not require further environmental review or analysis. Some conditions of approval ensure that the applicable mitigation measures provided in EIR 327 are implemented. For staff recommendation, staff is recommending to approve the project with conditions to replace the lighted glass panel for the entry portal and the ACM panels on the building exterior. And with that, staff is available to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chua. Commissioners, are there questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols.
You're really good at being first, so.
I'm more than happy to relinquish. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chua, for the details. I have a question for you, but perhaps equally for Mr. Shepard. In my 4 years on the commission, I don't recall having a project of this nature where it's in excess of the 10% causing planning commission review because of the location on the boulevard within the specific plan area. So prior to my memory, I'm just questioning, has there been a project like this, or is this a precedent-setting project?
Are you referring to the boulevard area itself or citywide at this point?
Specifically in relation to the specific Plan 20 guidelines and with the 10% addition that's triggering the Planning Commission review.
Yes, we've actually had several projects that have come in for retrofits and adjustments. If you drive up and down the boulevard, you can kind of see those. Those are all under the 10% threshold on this. I believe this is actually our first case that is coming to the commission because it is in excess of the 10% for consideration of a legal or a nonconformity with the standards of the specific plan.
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to confirm because as I mentioned, just in my 4 years, I didn't recall. So this will be the first one that's taken place then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Chu, a couple questions then, in addition to that, or I guess with that in mind. Page 26 in the conclusion, it states, or refers to this project or this property structure being a legal non-conforming use because of the specific plan requirements. So, in reference, you're talking about the practicality to comply is difficult with the setback and with different issues. So does practicality then become the standard for a legal non-conforming structure, or are we still looking at the specific Plan 20 guidelines and standards as our measuring post?
Yeah, we're still looking at the specific Plan 20, but giving a deviation from the standard is a point of like a practical matter. Like at this point, are we going to require them to have a 15-foot wide sidewalk, which currently is not necessary because the whole part of that Thousand Oaks Boulevard is basically had basically a 10-foot setback. Now, if you go 15 on this, and you go over to the next property, which is, I think, Just Tires, and you have a 10-foot wide, a pedestrian walkway, then it's not practical at this point. At the same time, if you require them to have 15-foot wide pedestrian walkway, then you're going to lose some of your landscaping along the front, which we prefer to see more than a retaining wall. So if the building is built, if the addition of the building is built to comply with this 15-foot setback, then most of the building will have to be pushed up, aside from the one that's already built right now. So you're going to have a building that's jogging in 15 feet, from the property line to the building fascia itself, and then some of them at zero property line. So there's the practicality aspect that we're looking at.
Well, I guess my question then, let me just start with the landscaping. You mentioned that the leaving it in place is preferred for aesthetic purposes. So that would not really be practicality purposes, and that's just a preference of appearance. It seems very practical to be able to widen that sidewalk 5 feet. Yes, you would lose the landscaping, but I don't see that as a practical issue. It's more of an aesthetic issue. So that's where I question the comment, and the conclusion is it's difficult to comply with because of it's a practicality issue. That particular one is just an aesthetic issue, a preference. Is that correct, or do you not see it that same way?
Well, the other way to look at it is that this is actually a car dealership. It's not like the intent of the SP20 is to create a pedestrian-friendly area. Now, where people can, like the other requirement for SP20 is to have a courtyard or plazas where people can hang around. This is a car dealership and not a retail business where people are encouraged to hang out. So that's the other thing that staff is looking at is how practical is it for overall to make this building in compliant with the specific 20 standards.
I understand, but and I realize that this is the one dealership that's not within the auto park area. But I just question that and I understand what you're talking about, if we have a 15-foot wide sidewalk for a stretch and then 10 feet on either side. But the intent is, at least my understanding is, over time, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, it may take a while, that gradually as projects come before us, that we'll get 15 feet here, 15 feet there, 15 feet the next one. So over time, you'll gradually build out. So yes, there will be stretches where it's a little bit off, but the intent is that gradually we'll catch up to that. So my feeling is when we have the opportunity, we need to make sure that we're following the guidelines. And then to your other point there regarding the open space, that, well, it is on this, the boulevard is within the specific plan. Those are the requirements. There's no exclusion for auto dealers. It says that, the businesses shall comply. So I don't see that it's not practical to put a water feature, a little courtyard, benches. I don't see that as an impracticality. Maybe it's not a preference, but it seems to me like regardless of the type of business, we have guidelines that have been set here, and we should enforce those. And then the third one you mentioned with the setback, I don't think that it's impractical to build closer to the street. Maybe it's not the preferred option from a design perspective, but I don't see that it's impractical. They can move it closer to the boulevard. It's just a design preference. So that's why I question the conclusion as being one of, being impractical. I can't reach that conclusion myself. And I think it's just a matter of what the design is, and if we're going to hold to certain guidelines and standards that have been set forth within the specific plan, or depending on the type of business that it is, are we going to have varying types of interpretation for each business that comes at us with retrofit projects?
And that's where the discretion from the commission comes from. I mean, if you guys don't feel that the staff is right here, then you could require them to provide, certain amount of compliance with this specific Plan 20. So if you feel that, they would require to provide a plaza, the issue is that, you also have to look at the fact that there's a slight or there's a great difference between the level of the dealership itself against the street. So that's the other thing you're going to look at. I mean, how are we going to provide a plaza or a courtyard within that unoccupied building area along setback area around the front building without dealing with this difference in grades? I mean, it's a design issue also. So, I mean, if the commission feels the requirement to provide that, then it's up to the commission.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me see if I can get a couple other things here. I just wanted to make those front. I had a question. I didn't see anything on the plans as to where the 61 dealership parking spaces are located, because there's a whole lot more than 61 spaces back there, but I know it's mostly for stores. So could you clarify, where are the designated 61 dealership parking spaces?
Sure. If you look at the screen right there, there are parking spaces back at the building.
Excuse me, Mr. Choi, could you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry I left it off.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you look on the west side of the property, which is behind the proposed storage parts building, we have several parking spaces there. And on the west side, right here, you have customer parking also. This area right here are customer parking at the same time, and this area right here are so if you count all of that, there's 61 parking spaces.
Okay. And the rest then would be for storage, for the stock, for sale or otherwise?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And let's see. following up on some of our recent projects that we've had where there were easements over underground water conveyance systems or structures. We also have the Arroyo Canal culvert beneath us, but obviously there's a structure already built above the easement, and they're proposing to extend that. So is that at their risk that they can build the structure, but if at some point the city deems it necessary to get to that culvert, that building would have to go?
That culvert is covered by the Ventura County Flood Control District. So flood control will be reviewing their plans. As far as I know, they will have to go through a separate process, plan check with the Ventura County Flood Control District.
Okay, but I understand the plans have to be reviewed, but in the last couple of mixed-use projects I've seen reviewed over the Arroyo, well, I guess it was the culvert, I don't know if it was actually the Arroyo, they were avoiding building on top of that for fear of sometime in the future having to provide access and losing their structure. Are they still at risk here, even if the Ventura County Flood Control District approves the building, that if they need to get to the culvert, that they might have to destroy the building?
That's going to have to be between them and the Ventura Control District. And yes, if you want to look at it that way, yeah, I mean they're risking it.
Okay. On condition number 62 on page 41, there's a reference that the property needs to be included within the landscape and lighting district. Do you have any idea how many existing Thousand Oaks Boulevard properties are not located within the district?
We have somebody here from Public Works. Brad? No? Okay, so he said we don't know this time.
Okay. I did notice that the sidewalk was uplifted by one of the oak trees. Would the sidewalk be replaced, whether it be 10 feet or otherwise?
I believe that the sidewalk is the responsibility of the property owner. Is that right, Brad? Yeah, so if it's damaged, then the property owner is supposed to fix that.
Okay. I will relinquish the microphone while I gather some more thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the sidewalks, and I don't mean to, keep hammering this nail down, but I guess my question comes back to, I'm looking at the specific plan right now, the actual document. Page 59 and 60 of the plan discusses setbacks and sidewalk easements. So I guess my question is, starting very broadly, perhaps it's for you, perhaps for Mr. Shepard. When council was discussing it, I want to know kind of what the intent behind these provisions are, because I read a lot of, it doesn't seem to be read as we do it piecemeal. It really seems to be read, the intent behind it, and I just want to make sure it's correct, that we take easements, and then it sounds like eventually the city's going to go back through, utilize those easements, do the construction, and create that 15-foot sidewalk in the designated areas where a 15-foot sidewalk would go. Is that correct?
Well, actually, the requirement is to get the easement for the width of the sidewalk. The initial intent is obviously for the, at the time of the development coming in, is that the developer widens the sidewalk across there as far as providing the details. And maybe I can interject a little bit more on the discussions that Commissioner Nichols was having with Mr. Chu on that, because we actually looked at this very carefully as far as the review of the amount of area and the size, and there are conditions included to get the easement as far as for the full width to get to 15 feet. The idea, of course, is in the future a very pedestrian-oriented boulevard, people out on the street, wide boulevard streets that they can walk on safely, and the other amenities that would be out there, the fountains, the benches, so on and so forth. And we were looking at this component there, and opportunity as far as to pave that or to concrete that in for the full 15 feet is there. It would remove the landscaping, the predominant amount of landscaping that runs along the front of the frontage of the building, and would result in a minor retaining wall along there also, ranging probably 2 to 3 feet on that. The retaining wall would be a step up to the dealership or the display area, the storefront where the display area would be behind that. Then again, looking at the building code components with that drop off, there's a requirement of a safety rail, or it could be some additional solid area across there. So you're going to end up actually with a combination of a retaining wall of, let's say, 3 feet with a 3-foot handrail across there so you don't trip and fall off the retaining wall, virtually all concreted in from the building face where the storefront is, concrete out front, the retaining wall, then concrete for the rest of the sidewalk. The thought that staff was giving at this is because the commission can waive certain components of the specific plan guidelines at that point, or requirements at this point, was to achieve the 15-foot, get the 5-foot easement. And because this is a dealership today on that, realizing the future, it may not be a dealership, may be sold off and somebody else comes in and renovates the area. At that time, the developer at that point would put in the rest of the sidewalk and the amenity components to it. And in the interim, we would have the 10-foot sidewalk area with some landscaping along there that would be somewhat of an amenity to the pedestrians moving up and down the boulevard at this point. So staff gave that thought to this approach. That's why we are supporting as far as a waiver of that. Of course, the commission in processing and reviewing the project can say, no, we want the retaining wall and the full sidewalk paved at this point. So that's a direction the commission would need to make on this. Our approach, though, is to support, at this point, the waiver with the requirement of the easement being provided as part of the approval.
Thank you for that answer. But just, again, for clarification, though, I feel like I got two answers in a very strange way. That you have the terms plain language easement discussed throughout, but you said at the same time the intent of council and staff in forming this plan and passing this plan is to really have the construction done at the time a applicant would come in and, you know, put up the building or redo, you know, whatever. So we are kind of taking a piecemeal approach, but then pending the project, we can really just sit on the easement and then come back at a later time and get that 15-foot sidewalk?
Well, the construction of the full 15 feet, we would get the easement today.
Yeah.
You know, depending on if the project's approved or not, of course. But again, the approach as far as you know, the pedestrian friendly, the details, the nightlife, the components that are all looked at in the specific plan, the shopping opportunities and so forth. We have an auto dealership in amongst that, a very large one at this point also. So it's a little bit of an enigma along the section of the boulevard there. You know, that's one opportunity of why a waiver is possible on this, but that would be something for the commission to determine if a waiver is really appropriate at this point or not.
Okay. Again, I've got very broad questions to start here. Now, with the 10%, the addition of more than 10% floor area for non-conforming buildings, again, coming back to SB 20, is there anything staff can add as far as the intent behind this this aspect of the plan? And the only reason really I ask is that when I was there walking along the boulevard, a lot of these properties are tiny in comparison, the lot size, in comparison to this just massive car dealership. And when I kind of took that and ran that against, you know, the floor plan and what they were proposing, it seemed a lot that most of the building addition is moving back from Thousand Oaks Boulevard, back against I can't think of the road that's running behind it, but it's closer that way. It's not moving along the boulevard. But that raised the question, though, what is the intent behind the 10%? Is it really just we're worried about frontage along Teal Boulevard, or are we worried just overall, moving just lots over, I'm open to whatever you want to add to that.
Well, again, a little more from a historic standpoint. The approach, obviously, most of the boulevard was developed under the C2 zone, that point where you have a lot of existing structures across there. Good evidence as far as some projects that have been had experienced some additions recently, but under the 10% would be like the auto zone further down the street here, and then the two retail centers directly across the street. The 10% allowance, or under 10%, would give the opportunity for the property owner to upgrade their centers, give them a clean look, a sort of nice look, and I think some of the buildings that we've seen here have done that, but certainly don't comply with the intent of the specific plan, with the broad parking areas in the front between the Thousand Oaks Boulevard and where the actual buildings are, and I think we see that. So that 10% kind of gives the opportunity for the property owners to upgrade their look of their building and so forth, give it a fresh look, but oftentimes we don't get the full direction of the approach of what the specific plan is looking for initially. And as time goes on, the thought as far as assembling properties and so forth and really bringing a new look into that, the opportunities are there if it's that 10% is kicked over at that point.
Thank you for the questions, or the answers. Turning to the metal panels, I'm just curious from a background perspective. Staff obviously visited the Oxnard and the Ventura facilities. Did the applicant show you these materials close up, or is the staff just familiar with these materials from just past applicants? Or can you tell me a little bit more about these? What has staff gotten a hold of these materials?
Yes, staff has a hold of it. We have a sample of it, and unfortunately, I left it in the office. The metal panel's about this big, and that so it's kind of heavy. The ACM panel is shiny. It's got a finish, a very smooth finish, and it's shiny. And I brought it along with me when I went to the dealerships in Oxnard and Ventura, and it's the exact same materials that they're using.
Can I augment that a little bit more on that? Just to let you know, the ACM panels are utilized in various areas of the city right now, primarily in the auto mall area. It's a material that most auto dealerships, the lines that have the auto dealerships are looking for as far as a kind of a modern, clean look to that. So if you go through the auto mall today, you'll see various dealerships that have some have accent trims of the ACM, some have large areas of the ACM, but it's really more of an auto mall look to it, the materials on that versus what the specific plan calls out for specific Plan 20, and that's one of our objections to that from staff.
Were there any discussions, because I went to, it's page 79 of the SB 20. I went and that section of it, discussing reflective or glare-producing materials, also adds that use of landscaping and other design features to minimize the potential for glare is encouraged. Did staff enter into any discussions with the applicant regarding how we can just minimize the glare, or how these panels can be, we can take out that chance of glare along the boulevard?
Well, not anything not anything with the assumption that these panels will be installed. Much more in a way that we're asking them to have a smooth stack of finish, which will not have the chance of reflectivity on it, and painted similar gray, so that kind of achieve a similar look that they have. This is what we've approved them for an addition that was approved last year, March 2015. They initially proposed that that ACM panel, and we told them that we can't support it because it's not allowed under the specific plan. So what they did was they brought it back under this application.
Okay. My largest concern is if staff's taking the position, I just wanted to make sure we're following the specific plan and trying to enter into all, ways we can possibly minimize staff's concerns. I will yield my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same basic issue. In looking at this, it looks like it's angled in a way that obviously isn't coming at oncoming traffic. So that's better. But I guess my question ultimately is, obviously it doesn't comply with the materials and things that the specific plan provides for, and it may not be conforming in that regard. But as we've heard, it's allowed in other areas in the auto mall. So is there really a concern about the danger of people driving and being blinded by the light? And if so, has there been some kind of, again, math done in terms of exactly the angle that people would drive by and what periods of time of day that it would be a problem? Or is it just basically it's not conforming and we don't like it in this area? Did you guys evaluate that?
It's not that we don't like it in this area. When I think it's in the EIR where they anticipate that there's going to be some issue with new light source or reflective materials, which the EIR, I believe, has addressed it back to the for mitigation. They address it back to the architectural design guidelines, where our design guidelines strictly discourage the use of reflective materials. So basically, they said it's prohibited, but at the same time, they referred back to the architectural design guideline, which highly discourages it. Not necessarily prohibiting it. That's why it's kind of like a situation of a little bit of a confusing situation. So if we go by the standards and SP20, it says prohibited, but when they referred back to the architectural design guideline, it says discourage. So it's the commission has the leeway to either say yes or nay on this.
The angle that you took that one photograph that you indicated you couldn't even see it at the time you took the photograph, did you kind of try to line that up with where either a pedestrian or a car would be relative to where Thousand Oaks Boulevard would be?
Yes, I did as much as I can approaching it, so you notice.
Please speak into the microphone.
Oops, sorry again.
Thank you.
As you can see in this picture right here, there may be a 1 or 2 car difference between my distance to the plane of where the wall is. So I figured this is probably a good picture to take for somebody that's 29 feet away from the property line walking westward on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So yeah, I mean, I took into account what pedestrians will see when they're walking around this time of the day.
And I guess the only thing I would ask is, Mr. Heer, did you look and see whether this was a liability issue that you were concerned about?
I did not. I think it's important to note that the other auto dealerships that are in the auto mall are not part of this specific plan. And even though, and it's clear that an auto dealership is permitted in the SP20 zone, there is, as I think has been articulated a couple of times on page 81 of the specific plan from the amended of August 2016, a specific prohibition of glare-producing materials and structures, facilities, and infrastructure. And that is, I think, one of the bases of why there is this comment tonight and discussion about a recommendation not to approve the type of materials being used for the light source and for the ACM material tiles. I think Mr. Chua's effort to go to a different location to show the glare effect was, I think, just that, to show that it is something that is a glaring issue. I have not looked at it in any way as causing an issue with pedestrians or for traffic. It's been more of is it consistent or not with the specific plan that's in control for this project.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. I have some questions as well, but does Commissioner McMahon, Commissioner Nichols, do you have additional? Thank you. My first questions are about the sign, not on the front of the building, but the monument sign. Just could use some clarification on that. Is it one sign we're talking about, one monument, or two?
One monument sign.
All right. On drawing A3, there are two stone structures. I'm not sure this will be visible at this scale.
Yes, at that entrance right there, they are showing two of them, but we have a condition that requires them to provide only one monument sign. And let me look for that condition real quick.
Yeah, it's condition 31.
31.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
just to be clear, if approved, this would be one monument sign, and one of the stone structures here would
Yes.
either not be a sign or would go away altogether.
Yes.
All right.
There will be just one.
Also, for clarification, on page 22 of the staff report, there was a statement that read that car dealerships are not businesses that cater to the public. And I had read that 2 or 3 times and didn't really understand it. If you could clarify, I mean, there have been some discussion earlier tonight about how car dealerships are not places where people congregate, but I've been in some car dealerships on Saturday mornings that were quite crowded. And so I'm curious in what sense we mean that car dealerships are not places where the public congregates.
Okay. For clarification, that's actually a good question. For clarification, the intent of the specific plan, and Mr. Shepherd can correct me if I'm wrong on this, is to have a pedestrian-friendly area, and people can congregate and hang out, and provide courtyards and plazas for that purpose. Now, if you have, let's say, for example, a retail store, a bookstore, or any other business where people can hang out, a coffee shop maybe, then that plaza or courtyard may be appropriate. But on a dealership, with all due respect to the dealers out there, I don't want to hang out around dealership where I could get, I could end up buying a car. So that's the intent. I mean, so thank you.
All right, thank you. That does help clarify it. Thank you. I also want to thank the applicant for providing these photo simulations. And this may be a question for the applicant, but with regard to the setback question, I think the plans that we have in the staff report both state that the setback is about 23 feet, 22 feet 7 inches. Is that correct? Is that represented in this simulation?
I cannot tell.
Microphone, please.
I cannot verify whether this photosim, for the accuracy of this photosim. So you may want to ask the applicant for that one.
All right, I will follow up on that. Thank you. Moving on to the portal. First, I want to understand, or just make sure I heard you correctly, that there would be no Toyota logo and no sign letters with the word Toyota. There'd be no writing and no commercial logo.
Yes, as presented in the elevation plans that you have.
Right. However, the building from that, the staff report also says that the portal is considered a sign per the municipal code. If it's a sign, question is, does it comply with the city sign regulations? It's 40 feet wide and 20 feet high. Doesn't have writing on it, but it is this rather large structure. Is a sign of that size compliant with the municipal code?
Not necessarily, and this is the reason why we require the applicant to structurally attach this building and incorporate this into the building to kind of work with the applicant to make this quote-unquote sign or portal as an accessory part of the building, like having a tower or something like that. So, and at the same time, and we discuss in our staff report a prototypical building, and that's the other reason why we requested we are not supporting the glass panels and the ACM panels, because this is what a typical Toyota dealership looks like, and we don't allow. Our architectural design guideline again discourages the use of prototypical building.
All right, and a follow-up on that, are you aware of other 40-foot by 25-foot signs? It's a 1,000 square foot area. Are there other signs of that size attached to buildings or not within Thousand Oaks?
Not that I know of, except that one we have by the nursery.
Is that it? What are you aware what
That's
size
the
that
huge
is?
sign that we have at the slip shop, next to the slip shop, between the slip shop and there's a huge sign out there that's been grandfathered in. That's the only sign I know that's big.
Is similar square footage?
No,
I'm not familiar
not
with
necessarily.
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Chua is referring to the billboard sign that's actually on the freeway.
Oh, okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Chua?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if anything, that's larger than 1,000 square feet.
I was wondering if I might be able to augment a couple of comments on this as far
Please.
as the sign or the portal component. Again, looking at several of the dealerships in the Automall area, you'll see a similar entry portal per se coming in. Several of them are out there. They are made out of different materials than the glass with the lit fabric-filled glass on this component here. We took a hard look. Staff did quite a bit of research looking at various Toyota dealerships, not only just in the immediate area, but also through quite a bit of the United States, really, to see what the corporate components are. And what comes up time and time again is this lit portal area, and under definition of our municipal code is identified as a sign because it draws attention to that particular area. That, in combination with the gray metallic panels, the ACM panels, using Google Earth, we found the exact same details used in a dealership in Rochester, Minnesota. Personally, I've seen the same concepts in the dealership in Coos Bay, Oregon. Same thing. So it's a corporate component, a corporate look, and the questions that staff is dealing with and looking at this is it really the appropriate look for the boulevard component within the specific plan area, not to the Automall. I mean, the Automall has a different component. They're dealerships. There's a certain area and a certain flexibility that we've seen in relationship to our architectural design guidelines for and how we apply them to the Automall itself. But this is a separate area. So that was one of the things that we did look at carefully on this.
All right, thank you for that clarification. And just to be clear on that point, I'm aware of at least one other auto dealer within the auto dealer area that does have pretty substantial metal siding all over the building. Was that granted because it was outside the SP20 area, because it's within the Automall area?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. My final question is with regard to grading. This is condition 64 on page 42. And this imposes a requirement on the applicant to submit a grading plan prior to beginning work. Most applications, if not all, that we've heard of this type already have specifics for grading: what amount of cut, what amount of fill, number of truck trips, sometimes even a haul route. So my question is, why is that information not included as part of this report?
Let me introduce Mr. Brad for our associate engineer to answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. You're talking about on the grading plan itself. Why isn't there quantities on the grading plan?
Yes.
Yeah, so we don't know right now if there's going to be any kind of removals and recompactions. If they're putting in a new building, probably more than likely they'll have some removals and recompactions, which will go over the 50 cubic yards. So they're not doing a lot of earthwork on the site. It's mainly keeping the site the same as it is now, but there's probably going to be that removal and recompaction component. And that will require the grading permit.
I realize that it may be a minor component in this application, but certainly in other applications it's been a factor. I don't want to say the deciding factor, but it's been a factor in considering whether to proceed with an application or not. Is there a reason why that information wasn't included this time?
Well, once again, if I'm answering your question, it's the existing lot is really, there's not a lot of grading going on there. They're keeping the same grade on the lot.
Mm-hmm.
So where the new building is, that's really the only grading that's going to be happening on the lot, and that's mainly the parts building at the back of the lot.
Okay, so that would potentially involve some amount of cut.
They're not proposing any major cut or fill on the site as far as the new parking areas. It's just what we look at is where that new building is going to go. It's more than likely going to require a cut greater than 1 foot.
All right, but we don't know what that.
Not until they do the soils report and do the borings on the site.
Okay. All right. Well, just as I appreciate the applicant making a photosim available, it's also useful to have that information in considering each case. It's useful information to have. But thank you for that answer very much. Those are all the questions I had. Commissioner Nichols, did you have additional questions of staff?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for historical background, the Planning Commission did review the request from Chevrolet some years ago for a sign to meet their corporate standards, which the Commission denied. And we required it to meet, and that was not even within the specific plan guidelines. Just a little bit of history there.
If I may, on that point, there is a statement, an assertion in the staff report saying that it's actually against policy to do things because they enforce some corporate standard.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chua, I'm looking at, make sure I have the sheet correct here. The Master Site Plan, Public Works Department. It's labeled G6, parentheses 1. And on the site plan, while there's a lot of information on it, what caught my attention was the fire department access that's shown on the plan. And what also caught my attention is on the conditions of approval, there's no reference to any fire department access as required by the fire department. So I'm wondering if this is a requirement of the fire department, or if the architect just placed that on here in anticipation the fire department would require access. And unfortunately, we have no fire department personnel here to answer that question. I was wondering if you could offer any background if you were aware of it at all.
Yeah, this is a requirement by the fire department, and this particular plan was reviewed by the fire department. So it's a requirement and it's acceptable to them.
Okay. I question that, and I'll have to wear my fire department hat here for a second. Where it shows the existing fire department turnaround, that is not the dimensions there are not currently in compliance with the 2016 California Fire Code. So I would find that hard to believe. And then also there's no the turning radius there is inadequate. So I would be very surprised if that was compliant. If you look at the rest of the fire department access, once you get to the back of the building, it's almost a square turn. All the other turns have the appropriate radius. So I would be very surprised if that met fire department requirements. If you could perhaps check on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. What happened is, if when the applicant files for a building permit, this will be again looked at by the fire department. Their final plans would be looked at by the fire department, and one of the checklist or the signatures that we have to fill in on the building permit is the signature from the fire department approval. So if it's not acceptable, then they're going to catch it.
Okay, thank you. I just was concerned that they had to look at that. And then, Mr. Chua, underneath the background section on page 21, you're listing the application also requests certain deviation from specific plan 20. And you have the 5 different bullet points there. And that I also read in the building setback section on the last sentence on page 22 of that paragraph. And the chair actually made reference to the beginning part of the sentence, which talks about dealerships typically don't cater to business, or not businesses that cater to the public in general. Thus, staff believes that requirement to provide a plaza or courtyard is not practical. So if that's the case, should that also then be a deviation that they are not providing a plaza or a courtyard or some other open space?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it just was omitted from the list then?
Yeah, that's true. It's been omitted.
Okay, so that's another waiver that they would need. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you, fellow commissioners, for all your questions. They've answered a lot of my questions, and I have one question of my own. You said in the report that Toyota will not be having their name in text on the portal, and my understanding is most businesses want to have their name on their business. So that was curious to me why they would agree to that. And then I read in on page 32, number 32, that on-building identification signs are approached
separately.
So does that mean that there will be a sign, but they're going to come back to us or to the city council or to you separately, and all of this has nothing to do with the sign, but there will be one?
I'm not saying there's going to be one. That's probably up to the applicant to make a statement. Now, however, if they apply for a sign, the intent is for them to comply with the city sign ordinance. If the sign complies with the municipal code and does not require, and it meets the required dimensions, then it will be approved administratively. However, if the sign does not comply with the sign standards, then they will have to go to the planning commission and maybe eventually to the city council.
Thank you. So the statement that there will be no sign just means at this point, with what we're seeing, there is no sign being talked about.
Yes, and the reason why I brought that up is just to make sure that there's no confusion about whether the Planning Commission has included that text in there or not. So what you're approving or what you're looking at this time is the portal without a sign, because that's what the elevation plan shows at this point. Now, I don't know if the applicant would ask for that today So,
Thank you.
I know Commissioner Pletcher has questions, but I just want to have one quick follow-up on the sign point. I understand that this commission has the leeway to grant waivers to the sign rules. But from a starting point, is the 40-foot wide by 25-foot high structure, portal, even without lettering or logos, is that in compliance with municipal code sign rules?
no, it doesn't.
All right.
Now, what we're referring to, like, let's say there's a kind of like a line between that. Originally, this portal was proposed towards the front of the building on the property. So we told them that this is a huge sign that will not be allowed under the code. Now, we work with them and we told them to attach it structurally and kind of make it architecturally integrated into the building so that it becomes a feature of the building, and that's what we're going for here.
Understood. But even so, even as an attached part of the building, you're saying, number one, the portal is classified as a sign under our municipal code, and number two, that the sign as proposed, even without lettering or logo, is not in compliance with the sign rules. Are both statements true?
Well, yeah. I mean, if the sign, okay, as defined by the municipal code, our sign, and I will cut it short because you see how long it is in the text, is something that calls attention.
Yeah.
Okay, so if this is, let's say, a glass portal, and most people recognize a glass portal that looks like this as a Toyota, it calls attention to that, and that in fact is a sign now. And that's the other reason why we're asking that the materials be changed to something else. In addition to being reflective, it's typically, something that will be recognized as a Toyota building.
Yeah, no, and I can cite a number of cases where there are architectural elements, even without words or logos, are recognizable as advertisements for that corporation's or its products. So yeah, I understand that part. But if we were to approve this, it would be by way of making a waiver to the sign rules.
Not necessarily, because the way staff is looking at it right now is if we replace the materials with stucco, then we can say that it's an architectural feature to the building.
And not a sign?
And not a sign, yes.
Okay, so as proposed by staff, maybe I misunderstood then, as proposed by staff, and saying instead of using glass panels, instead of using illumination, using instead the materials that staff is proposing, the portal would not be a sign?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you for clarifying that. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the discussion we're having on the portal and the sign, Mr. Shepard mentioned that staff looked long and hard at other dealerships across the country, from at least Minnesota to Coos Bay. But that just begs the question, what did staff find as alternatives to what I'll just call the corporate look of Toyota? How are other dealerships, when they don't get to do the portal, when they don't get to do the metallic elements, what do they look like? What did staff find on that?
Okay. Yeah, actually, even in the auto mall, as far as looking at various components, we've worked with the dealership architects as far as some adjustments, because there are some initial proposals that come in are clearly corporate ID as far as to look at that, and even the modifications and adjustments, and it could be a simple thing as far as even a tone of color. Mr. Nichols brought up as far as the Chevrolet dealership. Initially, when that came in, there was a similar situation of a portal approach to the building itself coming in, and it had a very Chevrolet blue color to it that was a corporate color on that. Staff working with the architect on that project toned down the blue to a blue color, but not the Chevy blue, more of a blue that's utilized in a lot of buildings in Thousand Oaks already. So, that entry component was there that the dealership wanted and needed on that, but the color components there as far as pulling it away from a corporate look was looked at. Same thing was looked at for the Honda dealership out there in the Auto Mall, and even Kemp Ford. The entries, if you're familiar with the entry features there, they have entry features that kind of mimic this same portal look to it, but through materials and color components, they're a little bit different. The Kemp Ford actual material actually has the ACM panels all throughout it. So again, ties in with the architecture and the materials for the Auto Mall. In looking at this, the project here, again, there was quite a bit of time working with the architect as far as trying to say, okay, we understand the portal component to it. Originally, as Mr. Chua pointed out, this was actually a freestanding portal that was not attached to the building at all. Actually was separated from the building a pretty good distance. Well, through time, it's now been incorporated into the building itself. It's tied in, attached to the building. The issue as far as where staff and the applicant agree to disagree as far as the materials of the portal itself, being that the glass that's lit up with the white fabric in between, that's a very corporate image to that, versus a smooth plaster or stucco, as staff is recommending in the conditions to do that. So there is kind of a quasi-corporate look still there, if that is indeed what the applicant's looking for, but it's not a clear-cut corporate approach as far as this lit portal.
Thank you for that answer. Did staff provide, and perhaps I missed it, is there any visual representation about what staff is proposing or what was contained in DPMN 2014-70446?
No, we don't. What we have there in that approval is the smooth stucco finish, painted gray, and the basically the portal to be painted off-white or white in any shade.
Okay. Because my only concern, and the reason I raise it on a visual component, is that this isn't a portal like Chevy where we're choosing just a light blue over the Chevy blue. This is a significant change to the overall look of what they're proposing versus what the city is requiring. So I'll just dig into the notes a little bit more and try to come up with a visual representation of it. But thank you.
Commissioners, are there any other questions of staff at this time? All right, then, we will move to our applicant, Mr. Neil Scribner, the architect for this project. Good evening, and if you would please begin by stating your name and city of residence.
Yes, good evening. I'm Neil Scribner, 4765 Via Don Luis, Newberry Park.
Oh, sorry, and you have 15 minutes this evening.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll try. I took a lot of notes. I'll try to answer some of the questions you brought up, not necessarily in order. The flood control easement is owned by the property owner. We previously had construction drawings only for the east end, expanding the showroom, and we had permits from flood control to do that. The construction plans are currently with flood control today, and we're not building over flood control anymore. We overhang a little bit on the easement, which is the owner's right since he owns it, and they've assured me there's no problem. And they would have written that problem to the city if there was a problem, because we did supplant give them plans several weeks ago. The oak trees are in the public right-of-way. They're surrounded by sidewalk and street, and they've grown to pretty good size in that environment. And I understand from the city's in-house oak tree consultant that if you remove the sidewalk, that would actually impact the tree. Conversely, if you add more sidewalk to what's already there, you would further impact the oak tree. So I'm not necessarily advocating sidewalk or not sidewalk. I'm just saying that's something that we have to consider, that I think you have to consider. We will gladly, in fact, we're giving up 5 feet to the city for the sidewalk if they ever want to do it in the future. Now, the setback in front of the building you discussed, and the relationship to the what we call specific plan on the boulevard. The existing showroom, which has been there probably 50, 60 years now, at least, if you take off the 5 feet, then that puts the showroom only, I think, less than 15 feet to the future sidewalk. You couldn't really add any building in that area, so it's not practical to bring the building forward 15 feet. You have columns every 8 feet in the old building, which cannot be removed. It's so old. And so we can't move the building forward. We're lining up the new showroom with the old showroom to the east. Now, if you go to the left of the existing showroom, it'd be to the right of the portal in that picture. The building is set back, and that's because it's behind the flood control channel. It's been that way. That's part of the old building. Now, what you see there as the portal is the current service drive entry to the project. So that's the reason the size of the portal is what it is. It covers the front of that existing structure. So it's the new wall of the old entry to the service area. It's the front of what is now a customer lounge. So that's what is happening with the portal wall. And then on to the left of the portal, the service area, there's an old Shakey's building. Shakey's Pizza used to be there, you may remember. It's been used as a office area for Toyota. It's termite infested and has to be torn down anyway. But Toyota is going to quadruple their service stack area. Now, to do that, you have to set the building back. But in answer to your question about building setback, it's on the exact same line as the old pizza building. So we're not moving the building back any further than it is today. It stays exactly where it is. Someone brought up a plaza, some detail or something for public gathering. You notice to the right and left of the portal, there's a plaza. That's intended to be people areas. There will be tables, probably some umbrellas to shade the area. There's also an area to the east of the showroom. It's partially covered, but that could also be a people space. So as you said, there are people that are going to be here probably on Saturdays that will be using these areas. They'll use them waiting on their car to be serviced or maybe picking up a new car, but they'll be used. And we will set that up. In fact, if you want to condition us to do that, we'll be happy to hear that. Now, the fire department access, we work with county fire department. I don't know about any state rules or guidelines. We've always used county, and this is exactly per their templates. And they've actually approved this when we were getting the permit for the east addition. Now that we are adding to the west, we'll re-permit it, of course, but that has already been approved once for permitting. There are currently 3 signs on this building. One is just to the right where it says parts and service. It's on the old pizza building. Then there's one to the right of the portal facing Thousand Oaks Boulevard. and there's one currently on the east end of the showroom. And when we extend the showroom about 40 feet, we'll just carry that same sign. So we're not asking for any new signage as part of this application. Now, concerning condition number 20, the portal faces south. And actually, the sun, when it goes along in front of the building, it's high when a building faces south. It never gets low. So you're never going to have any reflection facing back into the street. The glass on there has the effect of a stained glass. You don't see the light source. It comes through softly. In fact, the showrooms up and down the boulevard, you see in them very easily, they normally have 20 to 40 foot candles lighting the showrooms. The light level at the face of this portal is 5 foot candles. That's similar to what the street lights are. Parking lots in Thousand Oaks are usually 1.5 to 2 foot candles. The staff told me that if this portal was freestanding, it would be counted as a monument sign. Well, obviously it's too big for a monument sign. But if it became part of the wall or built into the building, then it would be considered a wall, not a sign. So it is the front wall to the customer lounge. If you took the portal away, it would be open to the air. So it's the wall of the building. It's not a sign. We think the glass is a beautiful addition to the building. It's going to be the main entrance in the middle of the sign that goes directly into the customer lounge. So I ask that you consider approving it, and I think it would be great for the project. And as you've heard, you have other agencies which use, their standard design all over the country on their buildings. They exist here in Thousand Oaks. They have been approved. So it's not anything new in Thousand Oaks. In fact, how would you know McDonald's if you didn't see the sign? The sign is everywhere in the country. In fact, all over the world. I've seen it. So businesses have to have a sign to exist. We have one on this building. You have to have a sign. Regarding the gray panels, which is condition number 18, again, the gray is all over California. It's becoming a very popular material for auto agencies. We have 5 agencies facing the freeway in the auto zone. We have BMW, Subaru, Hyundai, and Lexus. I took a sample of my material and put it on the face of the Hyundai Subaru, and it's identical. And I'm standing there. I don't see any reflection. I can't see myself. It doesn't reflect anything. If you don't agree with me, don't believe me, I ask we continue, take the sample out, and I'll show you. It does not reflect. We picked a special material that's not the typical gray. We reduced what they call the reflection factor by 40% to get this material, and I assume the staff considered that when all those agencies here were approved. Because actually, they're not allowed to have reflective materials either. So we're the same as they are. Also, you have Ford facing Thousand Oaks Boulevard, exactly the same material. And then you have the new Ferrari dealership on Hampshire Road, which is not in the auto mall. It has metal panels. Right next door at the lakes, in the center store where you have the tower with the clock, it has metal panels, and they're highly reflective. I looked at them special just for this hearing, Those were approved by the city council. So we have a history of gray, not only in Thousand Oaks, but all over California. Pretty much standard. I doubt if anyone's ever been killed from a reflection by a panel. If they had been, it would have been brought up, litigated a long time ago, I'm sure. Now, finally, condition number 31. As Will said, they don't allow 2 monument signs. What I want to point out, the typical monument sign, 6 feet by 8 feet, has signs on both sides. When you go east, you see the west side. When you go west, you see the east side. Okay, we have 2 stone walls marking the east entrance into this project. We have a sign on the west side that you can see going east, and we have a sign on the east side that you can see when you're going west. So technically, I guess you could say we have two monument signs, but you can only see one side at a time. Same with a real monument sign, which has signs on both sides. So we have the same amount of signs. So my request tonight is that you eliminate conditions 20, 13, and 31, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner. Commissioners, are there questions of the applicant? Commissioner Pletcher.
I just first have just a quick question. Can you repeat what your requests are with regard to the conditions again, the numbers, just so I can write those down?
Yes, number 20 is to approve the portal. And number 13 is the grape, or 18, I'm sorry. Or am I wrong there? The 13 or 18?
I think you're talking 18.
18, yes. That's the gray panels, to eliminate that condition. And then the monument sign would be number 31.
Okay, I just thought you said 13 at first, but I wanted just to clarify. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner. I do have a question, kind of a, I don't know if it's a technical question, but maybe philosophical as well. If we proceeded forward with a 10-foot wide sidewalk and with a 5-foot easement, so the city at some point in the future, maybe when all the properties are acquired or built out or whatever, now they can lay a nice one-size-fits-all 15-foot wide sidewalk the whole length of the street there. At that point, if this project moves forward as proposed, what modifications would have to be made on site in order to accommodate in some future design a 15-foot wide sidewalk?
It wouldn't require any. We will design as if that 15 feet is going to be built. We will slope our driveways and accommodate that. So when the sidewalk is put in, there'll be no need to change anything.
I was specifically referring to Mr. Chu's comments and that the landscaping would have to be modified and put in at a retaining wall. So if that is the rationale for not installing a sidewalk and yet at some point in the future it's installed, wouldn't at that future point then some landscaping have to be modified and a retaining wall installed?
Yes, it would have to be.
But you're saying...
Well, and most of it, not all of it, but most of it. And it could be very easily with a slope. But you're right, some would have to be.
But you're saying that as far as your design, you would be anticipating that width so that there would be nothing that would be encroaching within that sidewalk easement, and so that it could be accommodated. But as far as what landscaping or retaining walls, something would have to be done in the future.
Yes, but they would be maybe 18 inches. They wouldn't be much.
Okay.
And I would see that the property starts high at the east end and then drops low at the west end.
Yes,
so
yes.
Right in the middle where the portal is, it's where it's level.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons that's the handicap entrance. But my point was that structurally, we would not build anything that would have to be taken out. Just landscaping would have to be changed.
Okay. And secondly, in questioning Mr. Chua, he indicated that there was no proposed plaza, courtyard, or some type of an open space pedestrian-friendly feature. But you're indicating to the contrary that the design does include that within there.
Actually, you see large plazas on both sides of the portal. They're big.
So
and at the east end, we have a covered area where you receive your automobiles. So that's where people will gather, and that's where business is done.
So what? Any idea what the conflict is as to what your perception is versus staff, and we'll certainly ask them when they get the chance, as to what you believe is a plaza, but perhaps they don't? Is there maybe just interpretation?
Well, I was on the Boulevard Association Committee for 12 years, and we were thinking as a space off the sidewalk would be maybe someplace to sit, some tables, that sort of thing, and we could very easily do that and be happy to do it.
So if that's the case and you have the space that you could accommodate, at least in your mind, that if staff were to say, well, okay, if we put some feature in there, some benches or something to really outline that, and so it's really very obvious, intuitive to a passerby that it's a welcoming place for them to sit, and maybe even Mr. Chua could sit and buy a car when he's through, that you would not be opposed to something like that.
No, as a matter of fact, I said, please condition us. We'd be happy to do it. I think we would do it anyway.
Okay. And lastly, I think I understood this correctly. You're referring to the, let's call it the old showroom that wasn't added on to. That you're saying that showroom has got some structural restraints based on the column and the design of that structure, that you could not adjust that any further forward to change the setback requirements, and that the addition that you're moving towards the east, you're just putting in alignment with that existing setback for architectural purposes.
That's right.
And so that's kind of your anchor in the ground that you can't modify as far as forward or backward, even for that matter. And so you're just trying to be consistent with that frontage.
Yes, the seismic code has been changed. Every time we have an earthquake, they change it. And that building, if you touch it, you got to tear it down. So we're trying to save it. But because it's an old structure, it has a column every 8 feet. So if you put 15 feet in front of it, what do you do with it? You can't put a car there for display. So it's just really not practical to extend that building. So we're kind of stuck with that line.
Okay, I understand then. All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lanson.
Good evening, Mr. Scribner. You had indicated during your discussion that the part of the new showroom will not be over the culvert. Is that true?
No, the showroom is added to the east of the culvert. The old building actually impacted the culvert, but not the new one.
Because I think staff had indicated in the report it did, so I'm trying to make sure that I understand if there's a distinction between what you're saying versus what they say. Maybe they can respond later on or make sure I understand.
We are not impacting the tunnel to the east.
He's going to show you
with the showroom. There's no impact. Okay, what he shows is new showroom. Half of that is already built, so that already impacts the tunnel, except they designed it where it wouldn't, of course. So our addition is only half of those. You see those big four columns at the end?
Right.
2 are already there. Those are next to the tunnel. We're adding the additional way beyond the tunnel.
All right, so what's over the culvert now you're saying is existing structures?
The existing structure, see where the Toyota sign is in the center?
Yeah.
Those 2 columns? Well, the 2 columns on the back, the 1 column is next to the flood control channel, but it already has the structure that goes below the channel. So that's already taken care of long ago.
All right. Staff can respond. The second thing I had is with regard to the portal. So it's going to connect at the top, I'm assuming, where the portal comes, and then I guess there'll be a roof and it'll connect at the top, correct?
It's connected at the top structurally, and the glass on each side comes to the back of the portal to enclose it. So it totally encloses the space behind.
There's not like a breezeway or something that actually is
None
enclosed?
whatsoever. It's totally inside, air-conditioned space.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. I could use some help understanding the setback in the plan versus the photo simulation. First question I have, sir, is whether the photo simulation includes a 10-foot or a 15-foot wide sidewalk.
10 feet.
All right. It appears, at least to my eye, that in the photo simulation, the building is much closer to a 10-foot wide sidewalk than the 23 feet it's given in the plans. Can you help me understand the discrepancy between 10 feet and 23 feet?
Well, if I don't, the existing showroom is, I don't think it's quite 20. It's really close to 20.
It was given.
From the property line.
Given in the staff report as 22 feet 7 inches, or nearly 23 feet.
The old showroom.
The closest setback to Thousand Oaks Boulevard was given as 23 feet.
That could be. I was thinking it was more like 20,
that's what's shown in the plan.
Could be. I don't honestly remember.
All right. Well, let's say the plans are correct and that it's 23 feet back from the boulevard.
Okay.
So the disconnect for me is understanding a 23-foot setback in the plan, and what's given as a 10-foot sidewalk here. To me, it appears the building pretty much abuts the 10-foot sidewalk. So where is the 23-foot setback in this simulation?
It should be to the back side of the sidewalk. Actually, I thought it was a little closer than 23. I don't know where that came from. But,
I'll follow up with staff, but I mean, if that's the case, if the plans are accurate with a 22-foot 7-inch setback, nearly 23 feet, then either the plan is not correct or the photo simulation is not correct. I don't see how both can be true.
They're both correct. I swear.
Okay. So because I'm not sure who generated the plan, but I believe the
I drew everything.
All right. The photo simulation appears to show the building either directly abutting or being very close to the edge of the sidewalk.
There's a plaza in front of the showroom. There's a little plaza right in front of the showroom, a walkway.
Right.
It's about 8 or 9 feet. Then there's about a 20-foot planter, and then there's a 10-foot public sidewalk. So I see what you're looking at.
Okay, so for example, just to the immediate right of the portal, you're saying at that point the sidewalk is not just 10 feet wide, it's actually...
No, you've got to add in the planter. That portal, I believe, is 29 feet back from the property line, the existing property line.
All right, so you're saying the width of the sidewalk at that point would be something like 23 feet wide?
The existing sidewalk is 10 feet. Oh, you mean in front of the portal?
To the right of the portal, just east of the portal there. It appears in the photo sim as if
there's a plaza at the. I'm sorry. There's a plaza at the back of these. It goes from driveway to driveway. It's totally landscaped. And that line is approximately 20 feet from the existing property line on Teal Boulevard. And then starting at that point, we have a plaza. Like you said, it's about 9 feet in front of the showroom. And it varies wherever it is, but there is a plaza.
I'm referring to
and it may look like a city sidewalk, but it's not.
I'm referring to the area east of the portal. So here's the portal.
Yes.
And if we just go a little bit east of it, in the photo simulation, it appears that the edge of the building comes down and abuts the sidewalk.
No, that's the plaza in front of the showroom. From there, that's a plaza in front of the showroom. Then there's a planter, and then the city sidewalk.
Mr. Here's showing me the other drawing that shows a cutout east of the, so there's a cutout that's recessed.
East of the portal?
East of the portal.
That's over the flood control. I was mentioning that
Yeah.
to be where we could put a People Plaza.
Okay. So you're saying that cutout is deeper than 10 feet, quite a bit deeper than 10 feet, like 20-something feet?
No, the front of the showroom on the Teal Boulevard side back to that recessed area is, if I remember, is about 30 feet.
Okay. All right, I think I see the recess is not as visible in the first drawing, but I think I do see it. But anyway, the point is, you're saying it's quite a bit deeper. The sidewalk or plaza would be quite a bit deeper than 10 feet, correct?
That's correct.
Right, all right. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of follow-up questions. Mr. Scribner, again, to touch back on the fire department access. When I was walking the property on Saturday, behind the current body shop area, auto repair area, there's then even in the far back, there is the parking lot or storage lot area. There's quite a grade change there, where there's somewhat of a ramp that kind of dives down into that lower level, goes into the Scion area. Would this proposed fire department access resolve that grading issue so there's no grade change that would be of concern? Because I didn't see any grades listed on the plan.
When you said Scion, you mean at the back where it goes into the Scion property?
Yes.
No, that would stay exactly as it is.
Okay. And so when the fire department access comes back out through the, I don't know if that's the Parts driveway or which one that is, the grade would not impact that fire department access?
No,
okay.
Not at all.
All right. And would you be opposed to clarifying, at least for my benefit, I'll have to defer to my colleagues as well, a condition that says that the plans will be complied with the fire protection district, fire department access requirements, because I don't see anything there, and I believe that you've talked with them, but I just would like to have that condition stated there.
Normally it is. I'm used to having 50 fire department conditions.
I'm very surprised. Yes, that's what I'm a little concerned. But in addition to that,
of course,
is to make sure it's properly marked, whether it be red curbs or signs or whatever, because
sure.
I saw a lot of cars there that were just kind of haphazard. There's a lot of employees running cars back and forth, and I'd like to make sure that area would be kept clear. So would you be opposed to having that condition, which normally we see? I just don't see it in this particular.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Now, we have to submit this, of course, to the fire department.
Yes.
For final review before permitting.
Absolutely.
So they put all those items on there.
Absolutely. I understand. And then secondly, would you be opposed to a condition that also calls out that a plaza or courtyard or something would be provided, and that to be coordinated with the city staff as to design and location?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions of the applicant? Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Before going back to staff, we do have one public speaker card. This is from Georgina Cebrero. Ms. Cebrero, are you here? All right. For the record, she was going to speak in opposition. But since she does not appear to be here, we'll go back to staff for comments.
Thank you, Chair Newman. A little bit of clarification here. Staff is not opposed to a gray-colored material. We are opposed to the gray reflective material of this project. Now, Mr. Scribner mentioned that a metal panel was used on the lakes. That is a very minor part of that building. It's not the major part of a wall that's compared to what's being proposed here. As far as the courtyard plaza is concerned, the applicant has never mentioned the provision of this courtyard area. That's why we did not mention that in our plans, because it's not, we did not mention that in our staff report because it's never been called out in the plans. What staff recommends to the Planning Commission is what's drawn on the plans. So if it's not listed in there, staff does not consider as part of the application. Same as the sign. As far as the monument sign is concerned, whether or not there are two sides to a monument sign, there are still two signs on the property. Being proposed here, and staff and the municipal code allows only one monument sign allowed without the approval of a special use permit. Now, if the applicant would like a second monument sign, then they're going to have to go through the special use permit process, which requires Planning Commission approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chua. Also, just as a matter of process, I should have noted during initial staff questioning that I had sent email to Mr. Shepard and Mr. Town this afternoon correcting a few typos, including ones in findings number 1 and 3 of your report, and also in condition 18. These do not change the content or meaning of those entries, but if these are approved or disapproved, it should be with the corrections as noted. Commissioners, are there follow-up questions of staff? Not hearing any, we'll go back to our applicant. If you wish, you have up to 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. Yes, I have to say that we didn't show a...
Please hold on one moment.
Scribner, 4765.
So, sorry, please hold on one moment. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun in calling you. There may be one more question of staff, and then we will go back to you. Sorry. Commissioner Nichols.
Yes, if I could find that. I had set that aside here. Some comment. I know. Question for staff then. Mr. Chua, you were referring to, I mean, this is the plaza discrepancy as to whether it was or wasn't. Would then it need to be actually called out on the plans as a plaza feature or something for you to recognize it as such? Is it just a call out, or is it actually something designed that you would need to see on the plans?
Well, for now, if they call it out as a plaza, then we can work out the details later. So we don't have any details on what's going to be in that courtyard plaza now. If the Planning Commission approves it with a condition requiring the courtyard plaza, then we'll work out the details with the applicant later.
Okay. All right, because the applicant did indicate...
As part of the landscape plans.
Okay, yeah, because the applicant did indicate they would not be opposed to having a condition that they could coordinate with staff. So I just didn't know what you actually needed on the plans, but it sounds like if that's adequate, then we can move forward then. Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Nichols, perhaps I could, I kind of jotted together a condition as far as for the language, so certainly the applicant has the opportunity to hear that before they go back to rebuttal. As far as for the plaza, something in the nature that the applicant shall provide a pedestrian plaza or courtyard consistent with the requirements of specific Plan 20. Prior to issuance of the building permit, the applicant shall submit the plaza for, or the design of the plaza for review and approval of the Community Development Department.
Spoken like a true professional.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's also a second condition that I believe Mr. Nichols wanted, and that was that the applicant shall comply with all fire protection services requirements for access, including properly marked curb lines and signage.
Yes, and I know, I'm sure the fire department has standard boilerplate conditions, but we don't have that available to us tonight. So thank you, Mr. Heher. I'm sure that will be a placeholder that we can work with. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Sorry, just a simple question on adding. Are we adding on as part of the conditions? Does that trigger the public art requirement or no? It's just the plaza seating area? Because they seem to work hand in hand with a lot of the projects that come before us.
Well, I think Mr. Shepherd here might be able to better address this, but my understanding is public art is triggered by a square footage. There's a square footage tied to that. Not necessarily just...
I think it's over 10,000 square feet.
Something like that, right.
But I'm just curious if that is triggered in what we're discussing with seating area plaza. Because a lot of times, like the Lupe's property, you had public art worked in with the seating, and I'm just curious, do they work hand in hand, or are they one? Can they be separated without issue?
Well, I think the first item is as far as the qualifications, as far as if it requires the public art component itself. And we will be looking at the requirements of the specific plan based on the size of the addition to see if that triggers it. If so, then certainly a public art element would need to be added into that plaza area, certainly for review as long as it's consistent with the specific plan.
Okay. I mean, my question was just simply the process and making sure that it's addressed now for the applicant. So, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Scribner. With apologies, you have up to 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Neil Scribner, 4765 Via Don Luis, Thousand Oaks. Regarding the plaza, we in all this process had never discussed the plaza. It just never came up. But as I said, we have a lot of plaza here. But Will threw in landscaping. Of course, when this goes back to the staff, we're at their mercy, you know. We work with them. So if he starts throwing out things that we don't want to do, then where does that leave us? So I'm willing to do that, but I don't want anything forced on it. For us, if we have to do a lot of landscaping here, which we don't want, client doesn't want, then that creates a problem. We're willing to do something. We're looking at places for people to sit, maybe, like I say, umbrellas, something pleasant, colorful, someplace to rest, whatever. But I don't think we're going to get into a major park or something. And I know on the Boulevard Association, we thought of these off-site areas as not landscape parks. We thought of them as just a place to sit and rest, you know, while you're shopping or walking down the street. So I don't want this to get too far down the road here and expect that much, because we're really not required per the specific plan to do that. And of course, in the entire process, we were never asked to do that. So I don't mind doing it. I don't want. We're willing to do something, but I hope we, as the owner applicant, have a lot of leeway to do this. We're not forced into things that we don't want to do. That's the only thing that concerns me. Anyway, I'll go on. Regarding the monument sign, we're going to build the stone walls on each side of the driveway. No matter what, that's going to be there. We're going to have sign on one side, obviously, as Will said, per the code. So what we're asking for is put one on the other side so you can see it when you're coming from the other direction. This is the main entrance to the showroom. We think it's very important on the boulevard to have some kind of a sign to guide you in. And I think people going both directions on the street. So all we're asking is just add the word Toyota in small metal letters, probably about 12 inches high, on the other side of the driveway. I think that was condition 31, was it? 31. So, yeah, I wanted to add a little more regarding the portal. When you drive down the boulevard, you see yourself reflected in show windows. I can see my car when I drive down the street. You can't see it in this portal. It does not reflect. It just doesn't happen. This portal is backlit. It's not face lit. Remember, we cannot light the faces of buildings in Thousand Oaks. You can have on-wall lighting, but you can't light the wall itself. from a obscure source, so we're lighting the back of this wall. And as I say, it's only 5-foot candles. Showrooms are typically 20 to 40-foot candles, brightly lit from the street so you can see them. We're only 5-foot candles. So it'll be a nice feature. This has a long front. It breaks up the front of the project, and it defines the main entry to the building. So it's very important to us. This has been allowed in other agencies. We made it a part of the building structurally, physically, so it's not a sign, a freestanding sign, or it's not a monument. It is a wall, and we're not asking for signs to be put on it. We're just asking to have this feature. I think my time's up. Thank you. Any questions?
Really more of a statement than a question. Since I brought the plaza issue up, just to clarify, Mr. Scribner, in reviewing the photosins that you have here, I can see where there is I'll just call it a plaza area, however that's designed. My vision was that there'd be some area there that was more people-oriented than car-oriented. And we know how car dealers are. If there's a space available, there's going to be a car park there.
Right.
And so just to have some area designated, whether it be benches or picnic tables or whatever, and again, I'll have to defer to staff on what constitutes a plaza. But my personal review was not that you would carve an area out and make this little landscaped oasis in the middle of your plaza, that you would use what you had there as far as the hardscaping and then just have some type of other features that would make it an inviting area for people to walk off the sidewalk, not impact your pedestrian area, not impact the handicap access area, but somewhere off to the side where it would be an inviting type of scenario, not necessarily, palms and everything else, a little landscaping, but just that was what I envisioned.
Well,
again, I'm not a designer, but I just saw what seemed to be an area that would accommodate that. I'll just let the staff to work with you on how that's pulled together.
Yeah, that's fine. That sounds good.
Mr. Chair, if I may, you had a couple questions regarding the plaza look and public art program. And in the specific plan on page 82, regarding public exterior spaces, there's a number of focal points that give guidance to applicants and to staff as to the look that's required. And certainly those could be factors that could be reviewed both by the applicant, the architect, and staff. As to public art, on page 154, it talks about the public art program. And I'll just read it just so you understand the entire paragraph. A public art program can enhance the aesthetics of the community. Participation in the program is required for development along the Thousand Oaks Boulevard street frontage, where projects greater than 10,000 square feet must provide public art with a value of 0.25% of the building cost. The program may be satisfied with an in lieu fee contribution into a public art fund. So I believe that answers one of the commissioner's questions regarding the public art factor.
Thank you, Mr. Heer. Are there any other comments or questions before we close the public hearing? All right. Thank you, Mr. Scribner.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff. So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open up for a motion or for discussion. Commissioners, don't be bashful. Who wants to go first? Commissioner McMahon.
I would like to ask the opinions of the fellow commissioners. The city staff has approved the 2 low stone walls at the entrance where the applicant wants to put letters on either side. It seems fairly unobtrusive, and the stone walls are already there, and I'm of the opinion that there doesn't seem to be a reason why we shouldn't allow one on each side. I'd like to get the opinions of everyone else here at the council.
And
will respond.
if I may, Chair, just
Go ahead. Mr. Hager.
all I'm asking for is just for all of you is just certainly you can provide your comments and your opinions, and I just would say it's up to each commissioner if they want to provide their thoughts on each issue that they might have or not have. Instead of, I hesitate when you say ask opinions of everyone specifically, because then you're starting to get an idea of where they're going. So I think I know where you're going with it, but I just want to make sure that the commissioners understand that they should give their own comments, and if they have thought processes that are similar or dissimilar to yours, they can certainly voice those during this time period.
Okay, so my opinion is it doesn't seem to be as pronounced as to put something on the portal. It seems to be innocuous, I guess that's the word. So if we were going to approve this project, I think it would be okay to have one on each side. The wall's already there. Okay, that's my comment then.
I'm also going to have a lawyerly response, even though there are 3 people who are actually lawyers to my left, and I'm not. Just in terms of precedent, in my time on this commission, we have considered other cases involving monument signs, and those cases required a special use permit. Specifically, there was a case where an applicant was requesting a second monument sign, probably the same distance from the second sign that's proposed here. And that was rejected. The applicant went on to appeal that ruling, but this commission rejected that application because it felt that that was too close. Now, that's not an opinion on the merits of whether it makes sense to have monument signs very close to one another. It's just stating that the process for doing that is to get a special use permit and have the commission review that application. And the one case I know that's closest to that, and we've had several monument signs come through in my time here, but the closest case that we have, the commission rejected the application because of proximity reasons.
And you said it was appealed. What happened on appeal?
On appeal, it was overturned, and that monument sign was constructed.
Okay, so, okay, thank you.
All right, so thank you for stating your opinion on that one part of this multi-part application. Are there opinions on other parts of the application, or motions, or discussion of opinions about the project as a whole? Commissioner Fletcher.
Where I'm at on the monument sign issue, I can understand the commissioner's comments and concerns. But we do have precedent. We do have a process by which monument signs are determined, and I really think it from a precedent standpoint looking forward, it sets a dangerous, not dangerous, that's the wrong word. It sets a undetermined precedent for future applications to come before us if we really bend on this issue. Unto itself, the special use permit, it's a very not simple process, but it's a very limited issue process by which we get a special use permit. And I mean, I frankly, if this monument sign is that important, you know, we should go through that process.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Lanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems, first of all, I want to say thank you to the applicant and the staff for doing a lot of work into this process. For us to come down to 3 conditions that really are at issue, it actually is a testament to, again, all the work and effort that's gone into this process. So I wanted to make sure that was recognized. The monument sign issue, you know, the difficulty is there is a process. And there is a process that exists, and whether it's a specific plan or something else, everybody wants to make sure that we go through that process and everybody has a chance to comment on that. I think at the end of the day, I don't personally have a problem with the secondary signage, because at the end of the day, I don't think that's ultimately going to be an issue, but there is a process that I think we're all recognizing needs to be followed. And I don't know if we're comfortable, at least I don't get the feeling that we are all comfortable in skipping that process without necessarily making sure that there's a sufficient comment on that. I will say that of all the things that we're talking about, this is not, I think, insurmountable. At the end of the day, I feel bad making the applicant go through an additional trip of having to make a special use permit for something that, is maybe before us now that ultimately is something we could consider anyway. But I do appreciate the process. As to the other issues, I've got it seems there's not really a definitive answer on some of these issues as to glare and on the portal signage. And that's tough, because ultimately then we're just basing it on some information that is not exactly concrete, to use a joke there. So the difficult part is, I wish we had a little bit more information in terms of some of the, like actually seeing the material. Or, again, is there any other materials that were used? Or you had indicated that there wasn't glare off of the signage off of the lakes. We don't have that information, so it's kind of a little frustrating to be able to kind of make a decision in a vacuum without all of that information. That's just my feelings.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just was reflecting back on your comments regarding our last evaluation of multiple signs, and that was for a shopping center where I think 2 signs were permitted, and they were asking for a 3rd sign, if I remember right. And then that was based on frontage. If I remember right, Mr. Shepard could perhaps chip in. I don't think you were here, but I'm sure you know the code. And so there was, again, a process on how much frontage do you have, how many signs do you get. We don't have that scenario before us. It's not a shopping center, so the rules are a little bit different. So again,
just one minor
yes.
clarification on that. The applicant was a health club that was a tenant within a shopping center.
Yes.
But the rules that governed were for the shopping center.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. But as I look at this project as a whole, and perhaps you kind of got a glimpse of where I was concerned with my initial questions, where we had some illegal non-conforming site, and now we have some new standards. And I think even as Mr. Scribner mentioned, where you have an older building, you can't even touch the structure because you got problems with it. So there's built-in constraints that he's trying to deal with, as well as the entire project, and I understand that. But at the same time, as I'm looking forward, and I pose this question, and I continue to focus on the sidewalk, because it's one of those things where I thought, well, okay, if you don't build it now, when will you build it? And if you're not going to have it part of this project, what project will you have it a part of? And if the developer doesn't build it now, then the city has to build it later. And so those things concerned me. And I thought, well, if it's a standard and a guideline, certainly doable, then why not have it done? And those types of things. Setback, and I can understand, not as much of a concern with that. Plaza, I think we've addressed. And I think with the sign versus wall concept of the portal, I think staff has addressed that with their materials, with how they've proposed that, and so I would certainly support that. And Mr. Heher, if I could perhaps quiz this for you for a second. I asked the applicant regarding 2 of those conditions, but I did not ask him about changing the condition in the sidewalk. If I were to propose a 15-foot wide sidewalk, should we get his concurrence, or at least his input, before I were to propose something like that?
Absolutely. You would need to open the hearing again and ask him specifically if they were going to build, which I think, or pay for the additional 5 foot. Now, to be clear, staff has, an applicant has agreed to give the easement of the 5 foot width. And this area would be another, just the 5 feet is all they're looking for. But you are correct that there's no indication of when it would be built. and who would pay for it. So if you are one to ask him to specifically build this as part of his plan, you would need to open the hearing again and have that discussion with him to see what the position would be.
Mr. Chair, if you would be so kind, I would appreciate if you could reopen the hearing just to ask that one question and get the answer, and then I can wrap this all together.
Very well. At this point, we'll reopen the public hearing. Ask Mr. Scribner back up to the podium.
Okay.
One moment, please. For the record, again, please state your name and city of residence.
Neil Scribner, 4765 Via Don Luis, Thousand Oaks.
Thank you. And Commissioner Nichols, if you would please state your question.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Scribner, for once again. The question is, if the package that we push forward were to include the installation of a 15-foot wide sidewalk, would that present some obstacles that you would not be comfortable with, or would you be willing to consider that?
We can do that. The landscaping's all going to be new anyway, so we just redesign it to the new sidewalk. And you can change the slopes. There may be some walls. You know, the city sometimes requires a curb anyway to control the water runoff. So I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner. And again, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll go back into closed discussion. Before we proceed with either more discussion or motion, I think it might be helpful just to enumerate what the sticking points is probably too strong a word, but discussion points are. I think there's consensus around most of the application. The things we're still talking about are the number of monument signs, whether we would go with the application for one or proceed to allow two without an SUP. The building material, whether it's some sort of painted stucco or whether it's the aluminum composite, would be a second issue. And the materials used in the portal, specifically whether it's lit or unlit. So I think those are the three issues that there's been the most discussion about. If I've missed anything, please jump in and feel free to add to that list. But I think those are the three biggest points of contention here. Commissioner McMahon.
In order to reduce the number of discussion points, I'm willing to concede the idea of having the applicant go through a special use permit application for a second monument sign, and that's fine with me.
All right, thank you for that. So then that brings us to what the building's made of and what the portal's made of. And I think that's it. I'm not sure we have any other big picture points before us. Are there comments or questions or on those points? Agreement with the staff position, disagreement? If there's agreement, if we all agree on those points as recommended by staff, then the next logical step would be a motion to adopt as with the findings as is. Commissioner Fletcher.
I've already stated my points on the signs, and that's already been addressed. Just with regard to the sidewalks, I'm still Commissioner Nichols' comments are certainly well taken. Turning back to SB 20, you know, it's just difficult. I see both sides of it, but my only concern about doing the 15-foot sidewalks as is, with the applicant discussing changing the landscape and just changing what would be really the frontage of that property, is that we're not getting a visual of it. Because, I mean, staff had discussed there'd be possible curbing, there'd possibly be some railings. We don't know quite how the grading aspect would work. There's certainly, staff mentioned in the report, of the retaining wall. And I'm not saying I'm closed off to the idea. I just would love to know how this thing would look with the 15-foot sidewalks. And I think that being said, there is some precedent raised in the Boulevard specific plan about easements and granting the easements and kind of sitting on it for right now. That would allow us either to punt or possibly, I'm not sure quite how to proceed, but I mean, I really wish I could get a visual representation of it before I'd be 100% definitive on turning and doing the construction of the 15-foot sidewalks, because I certainly, again, I understand it. I want to see it first. That's my only concern about the commissioner's comments.
Okay, so I neglected, there's really a third point to discuss, which is the sidewalks. It's the building facade materials, the portal facade materials, and the width of the sidewalk.
And I'm sorry, I didn't address the building and the material. My only comments really on that is, again, I would have liked to see a visual representation of kind of what that Toyota dealership would look like with what staff has put forth in condition number 18. I can get a sense of it as it has to comply with the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, so I got a good visual understanding of it just from reading it and flipping through it. So, I mean, I'm fine with that as is. My only point really in checking off my list here is the sidewalks.
Okay, so just so I understand, you're good with staff recommendations on materials for the building, materials for the portal, and the one open question for you is the sidewalk width.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pletcher, for your comments. Certainly appreciate that, and I can understand that. I'm going visually from walking the sidewalk on Saturday and just calculating where that 15 feet would be, and realizing that really it's at the very far side, of the very right side as you face the project, where you have those little grassy slopes right through there, because otherwise, as Mr. Scribner indicated, it's basically at sidewalk level. As I mentioned, I felt now would be the time to do it, since we're in the midst of the project. While they've got everything ripped up, let's get it done. The other reason why I'm thinking about this is because of the setback being further back, having a wider sidewalk is going to make it look like it's closer to the street, to where that setback. So visually, it's also going to have that appearance. So I thought, okay, if we were to concede the setback requirement, then let's go ahead and get the wider sidewalk to kind of compensate for that, if you would. The other part is that's the city standard. Those are the guidelines. We're asking them just to comply with what we're expecting for everybody to do. And so it's not like we're asking anything more than we would for anybody else. This is what everyone in the specific Plan 20 now will have to be doing. So let's just set the precedent that if you're going to come forward, you have to do this. That this is what's expected to comply with the guidelines. And like I said, I think visually that it would also compensate for that extended setback. And then I think with the whole plaza area there filling in, to me it seems like a natural connection there. So I can sway you in that regard. That would be my ploy, so to speak.
Thank you. Actually, what I hadn't considered really is the setback element of it and how that would kind of interrelate. I guess I was just taking it kind of everything very piecemeal and looking at, I mean, I had walked the site as well and kind of understood that it would cut into the grassy slopes and the landscape there. And based on these drawings, I certainly understand that. I guess what I honestly like about it a little bit better is that it brings, I can't think of who the commissioner made the question or the comment, it brings the building forward in perception without actually bringing the building forward. I mean, to say that I'm swayed, I think I'm on that right track. So, No, I sincerely, though, appreciate the additional comments, because this is something I hadn't thought about with relation to the setback. So, thank you.
If I could just make an amicus comment on Commissioner Nichols' behalf, I am swayed by the process part of Commissioner Nichols' argument, in that we always say we don't design from the dais. We're not going to say, well, no, the table should go here and the tree should go there. That's not our job. And we also don't make policy. We implement policy. But as Commissioner Nichols has pointed out, that's what we're supposed to be doing. The policy says we should be making the sidewalk 15 feet wide. It does say that easements are okay. That's part of it. But it does say where practical, make the sidewalk wider to give the boulevard a more open feel. And just on those process grounds, I support what Commissioner Nichols is recommending with regard to making the sidewalk wider. Commissioner Nichols.
With that, I'd like to propose a motion.
Please do.
I'd like to propose approval of DPMJ 2015-70651 and OTMM 2016-70070 with the findings and conditions included in our packet, with the additional condition provided by Mr. Heher regarding fire department access, with the additional condition provided by Mr. Shepard regarding the plaza, and also including I guess we'd have to have a modification of the existing condition. I don't recall the exact number of it. I'll have to look it up. For
Number 4.
15, I'm sorry?
I believe you're talking about number 4 for the sidewalk.
Yes. I don't know if that needs to be eliminated or modified to have a 15-foot wide sidewalk.
I believe that you would just add to it, because the easement will be granted, but it will be applicant shall add the additional 5-foot width of sidewalk as part of the project's landscaping installation.
Okay, thank you very much. And just to kind of clarify some of my thoughts on this, as Mr. Scribner mentioned...
Excuse me if I may jump in. Just before you finish making your motion...
Please go right ahead.
Just to be clear again, that it includes the corrections of findings 1 and 3 and the typo in condition 28 that staff already has.
And
yes, that's right. All the, I believe Mr. Commissioner Chair Newman said he provided some typographical and other editorial. So that would be included. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, one more thing, just as Mr. Chua just brought it to my attention. There is a condition number 23, which has to be eliminated based on Mr. Nichols' questions. We reopened the hearing for the applicant to consider adding the 5 additional feet for the sidewalk. And due to that commitment from the applicant and the condition that we're modifying, we would need to eliminate number 23 because it requires that the existing landscape stays there in lieu of the 15-foot sidewalk.
Okay. Then I will amend that to also include the elimination of condition number 23.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
And I think you had some comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to make some comments to some of the thoughts of where I either came from or kind of originated this. As Mr. Scribner mentioned, the dealership has been there for a long, long time. Gosh, I can remember in the 80s taking my Toyota down there for repairs, and that was 30 years ago plus. They've certainly been a long-time business partner of the community, and I certainly want to support them. They're an integral part. They are a little bit lonesome as far as the auto mall is concerned, but they're certainly an integral part of the community. I certainly appreciate all their support that they've given the community. I think as I mentioned, I wanted to, in my vision of the second page of the photo sins, I could see that as a wider sidewalk, and I just thought, gosh, it would sure be nice to just get this all done right now. So that's kind of where I was getting. I think it will turn out very nice to do that. While yes, it does exceed the setback maximum, I think the explanation that Mr. Scribner gave made me feel more comfortable as to why it is the way that it is. And I know there are some constraints with the culvert, and I think they're trying to work with that, and I trust they'll continue to work through with the flood control district on that. I'm glad to see we're able to get some public space in there. I think that'll be very helpful. I think it was leaning itself to that anyhow, but just so we can formalize that. Being able to get the sidewalk, I think, is very helpful. I believe staff has done a good job in addressing the desire for some type of a corporate-esque sign, and yet still not, maybe not exactly what they're looking for, but it still is within our guidelines, and we could make that work. It appears to be that there's been a cooperative effort to allow the portal to be in existence and yet consider it part of the structure rather than a separate monument sign, and I believe that will suffice. And I think with the various elements, they talked about some of the parking lot features where they're adding some landscape islands. I think it'll really blend now with the rest of the community as we continue to build out. So that's kind of what I had in mind as far as where I was coming from, what I was hoping to see with this. And while I did have some reservations, I think those have been addressed. And hopefully with the rest of you, we'll get the feeling and we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other comments? All right, please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
I want to thank Mr. Scribner for your time this evening. This is an appeal. This application is subject to appeal. Any aggrieved party has 10 days to file an appeal before the Community Development Department. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we take just a short break in between this and our next case?
Certainly. At this point, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. All right, so we are back from recess. And ask that we go to case 7A. This is a Community Development Department reports and referrals. 7A is the consistency of City Capital Improvement Program for fiscal year 2017-2018 and 2018-2019 with the Thousand Oaks General Plan. Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, thank you, Chair Newman. Tonight we actually have a department report in this section. Every 2 years, the city's capital improvement program budget comes before the Planning Commission. The date of this program is actually for the years 2017, 2018, and 2018 and 2019. The reason this is before you tonight is that state law requires that the planning agency for each city in the state reviews the capital improvement programs to be sure that they are consistent with the city's general plan. The emphasis here is on the first 2 years of the 5-year CIP planning period as the city works off of a 2-year fiscal cycle. The projects in your binders, you all received the buff-colored binders. Yes, the projects in the binders have photographs and more detailed information depicting what we focus in terms of determining consistency with the general plan. You probably noted that city staff assigned to each of these projects have looked at these projects carefully and noted the general plan elements that are most relevant to each of the projects. Planning staff has also had the opportunity to review the projects and, as noted in the department report, considers them consistent with the general plan, both in terms of the goals and policies and individual elements of the general plan. So on behalf of the city, staff is recommending that the commission recommend to the city council that the CIP is consistent with the city's general plan and its elements. And with that brief introduction and recommendation, I would like to introduce to you key staff members associated with this project. We have Cliff Finley, our Public Works Deputy Director. We have Liz Perez, our Facilities Manager. And Brent Sakata, who is our city's budget officer, and Gilbert Punsalan, thank you, our senior financial analyst, and they're available here to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Commissioners, are there questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Yes. To whom it applies, you folks can help us. I see here listed, I'm looking at page 4, this capital improvement program 5-year summary, although it's repeated on page 5. Line item 6 says developer fees, others, and then dev fee, I guess the developer fee, all the way down through 16. What is the origin of all of those funding mechanisms? Are these just all from different development fee projects over the years? What is the source of this funding?
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Yes, the source of those, all of those are specific development fees that have been adopted by the council, and this is actually a revenue summary. This is this is the expenses we anticipate. I think it's a summary of the expenses, correct? Yes, that we anticipate out of each of those fees that projects in the upcoming 2 years will be funded from. And again, they are development fees. When there's a project that is approved by the council and they pay fees into these funds, and then these funds are spent on projects that are acceptable for the use of those funds.
So these fees are more of a revolving fund rather than a specific project, and then the money is used and then it's expired. Is it the different projects come and you continue to funnel money into these funds?
That's correct. So one of the examples, and maybe the easiest thing to do would be to pick one here. Let's see. There's a road. Number 8 is a road improvement fee citywide. So a project that comes in will pay that fee that comes in. Let's say they'll pay, and then those funds will be spent on a project citywide that improves traffic flow or improves capacity or something like that. So it's not specific. They pay the fee in, and then staff prioritizes projects and spends and kind of puts that money together to complete a project when we have enough in the fund.
Okay, and I know we've seen a number of projects come before this group where it'll require some type of a fee, some type of, whether it be for undergrounding or whatever it happens to be. So those are the fees you're talking about from the various projects that get set aside into that fund. They don't necessarily get used for that exact property, but maybe at some point down the road when you're working in that neighborhood, then it would be applied to that particular area.
That's correct. It's applied citywide. In other words, we gather fees together for a traffic signal. The traffic signal may not necessarily, the one at a specific intersection next to this development may not be the number one intersection, but it'll be applied at another location. Okay. But eventually, the idea is all of the intersections and all the needs that are impacted from the development will be funded.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, are there other questions of staff? Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the basis for these finance questions just is obviously found in the additional policies element of the general plan with regard to sound financial planning. Very curious. So we have discussions about the gas tax. I guess I'll start with the gas tax. Jerry Brown, Sacramento, just passed the gas tax. From my initial quick discussion I had with Assemblymember Irwin's office, she estimates, at least their unofficial estimates, about $3 million coming from the gas tax. Is that already going to be, are any of these facts and figures going to change or be reallocated based on this new funding, or how will that money be worked in, or are we going to just sit on the money till the next round of capital improvement projects come?
Yes, right now, good evening, Chair and members. The bill passed, so SB 1 passed. We are estimating about $3 million, basically coming in, I believe, in latter part of 1920. So what we're going to be presenting to council tomorrow is deferred maintenance of $4 million for our roads, and we're going to cover that, or we're going to ask council if they would be willing to cover that with general fund monies. But we will be working the SB money in to basically minimize that deferred maintenance cost for the roads going forward.
And just as a basis point, I know last fall when we were discussing the proposed Ventura County tax, and there was a lot of discussion here at the city level regarding roads. The main discussion at the city level, from what I recall, is deferred road maintenance. Was that correct? That was kind of the big sticking point for...
Yes, definitely was the big sticking point. Was we wanted to make sure that we could handle our deferred maintenance for roads.
Okay, so it looks like this gas tax is just really going to go towards that one, key issue that was the big point of discussion last fall.
Yes, it will. We'll close that gap.
Okay, and just in continuing, I just raised this question because more I don't know than anything else, but it's certainly a lot of money. It's a lot of money that belongs, to the taxpayers, and we're good fiscal stewards of that money. So I guess with that being, are we able to address just general road maintenance now with this new gas tax without having any? Because let me just start over. My only point is we have a lot of specific projects, but we had that kind of outstanding general road maintenance issue. Now that we have this gas tax, and it looks like the issue is going to be addressed, are there any other just general road maintenance concerns still left?
Yes, with this estimated $3 million, our current shortfall is about $4.5 million for deferred maintenance. So this gets us, 3/4 of the way there. We'll still be 1.5 million short going forward based on our pavement management plan. So it doesn't get us all the way there.
So I guess as a follow-up, it's okay, and this is again process and procedure, it's okay to do these type of specific projects when we have a general issue as deferred road maintenance still outstanding. I mean, I'm just concerned we're spending money and, possibly spending money in all the wrong places when we need to be spending money on just general road maintenance.
So we have, in putting together this budget, we've been very, very careful about that. Most of the expenditures that do hit gas tax fund in this budget are in support of that pavement management program. An example of that is the curb ramps. We actually have a program in place. We are not allowed, or the Department of Justice will not allow us to overlay a street unless all the curb ramps meet the current standards. So that's an example. We got to do the curb ramps if we're going to do the streets, and we need to do the streets. So that's an example of the type of projects that are funded.
Okay, thank you. Because, I guess that's just my overall concern. Is I just want to make sure we're not digging a deeper fiscal hole than we need to. Because it's while it's important to do these projects, it's also important to maintain, as our general plan requires, sound financial planning. So that's just really my concern. And I think overall, though, on a positive note, these projects are great. And I look forward to them being implemented around town. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed on page 7 under facility projects, and likewise page 61 in street projects, where you have quite a collection of projects, there's a priority. It's either 1, 2, or 3. And yet on page 7, there's 39 projects. So you got lots of 1s, lots of 2s, lots of 3s. Can you please explain how a project gets prioritized, and what does it mean to be a 1 or a 2 or a 3?
Good evening, Planning Commission. A lot of those 39 projects are under facilities, and they're all related to, a lot of them are building maintenance. And so basically our division, we look at this as what is the highest need at the highest time. And some of the roof projects will tend to float to the top, and there's just various projects depending on what is the need of the building. Some of these are less important as far as maybe the structural integrity. We have some energy saving upgrades. If they're going to save a bunch of money, they're going to be a higher priority. If they're going to save less money, they might be a lower priority. We have some that are code requirements, fire, life safety.
Yeah.
So Brent will tell you that how they get prioritized in the budget book is 1, 2, and 3. Is different than how they get prioritized and how we actually construct them.
So City Council actually came up with the priorities, and they came up with the priority 1, 2, and 3. Priority 1's basically addressed health and safety issues, legal and regulatory requirements, or also what they added the last budget process was if it was a top City Council priority. So those are priority 1s. Priority 2s are they're necessary but not essential. So And if we don't move forward with them, there could be consequences moving forward. Priority 3s are the nice-to-dos, the nice-to-haves. We can put them off. They'll add to the quality of life. So they gave us those guidelines, and what we do is we try and go through with staff and look at each of the projects and come up with a priority. Those being of the higher priorities, especially those with City Council priorities, we do move to hopefully the first 2 years of our budget process. threes were allowed to kind of move those back. It is a planning document. It's a 5-year document, so it gives us the chance to basically plan out the next 5 years for the city, project related.
So then priority 3 projects could go through several cycles and maybe never get touched, just depending on the ones and the twos and the funding available.
Yes, absolutely correct.
Okay. And then with that in mind then, obviously you have contingencies, things happen, things break, you have emergencies. Is that pulled out of these funds, or is there separate funds for that? And if so, does that just push these further down the list when you have things that got to be done today?
We do have some projects for emergencies, but in most instances, staff will come back to City Council and have those addressed.
Okay, okay, and identify that specifically then?
Correct.
Okay. On page 58, there's a reference regarding a stormwater project. It says Malibu Creek bacteria best management practices. What percentage of the city's watershed flows to Malibu Creek? Just a rough guess. I don't need it to the 10th decimal. Okay. And your microphone's not on, by the way. And a follow-up question is why only Malibu Creek and not Caneo, Arroyo Caneo? Is the Water Quality Board not concerned, or is there not an issue with that watershed?
At this point in time, there's not an issue with that watershed. However, in the future, we expect there to be permit requirements that start to look at Ventura County as well. This is actually, Malibu Creek is actually a requirement in the LA County permit.
Okay.
And they're about 5 years ahead of us on our permits.
So water quality may be the same one versus the other. It's just the regulatory process that's a little further ahead?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on page 87, transit bus purchase. It's referring to 6 new replacement CNG for electric buses. What's the current number of buses in the fleet?
I believe we currently have 6.
So this would be a replacement of all 6 then?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happens to those buses?
Those buses would be retired and removed from service and
go through a surplus process?
Yeah.
Okay. And with CNG, I'm familiar with electric buses, not so much. What does it take to charge a bus? Is that an overnight process? Is this like a super big plug in the wall? How do you do that?
Yeah, we don't currently have any electric buses. In fact, they're still a year or two out before they will function and be able to run a route the whole day.
Yeah.
You know, our buses run a long day, and yes, they would have to charge overnight.
Okay.
So that's all part of the. It's part of the new bus technology, and they're still working on that. This is really anticipation of that.
So there's not a Tesla bus line yet that you've got ironed out.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other questions of staff? Commissioner Lanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question. In terms of the cost per project, is this done according to some kind of DISOMaster formula, or is this something that each individual project you guys come up with an independent number on your own?
Yeah, you're talking about the estimates for each project?
Correct.
Yeah, they are based on our experience and current estimated costs. They each comes up with our own estimate.
And at times, do you update those estimates if things change, so that's incorporated within the budget on whatever periodic basis that there might be?
Yeah. So these are our initial estimates. You know, we base the 2-year budget on this. Obviously, as we start preliminary design and get into design, the estimates get better. At some point in time, we'll come back to council and we may say, you know, we need to increase the amount of budget. We were a little low, or other times we were a little high. So the scope. This is really a preliminary estimate at this point in time.
But you feel comfortable that the money involved in here will handle 230 projects over the next 5 years?
Well, that's the estimate.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One last question. As you folks assess, which is what we're doing here tonight, compatibility with the general plan, I've gone through here, and there's usually an element that's addressed, perhaps two, maybe three. Do you get down to the level of components within the element, or it's just this element or something else, as opposed to where it fits within that element? Because it's not listed. I didn't know if you take the time to get to that level.
We do a pretty detailed evaluation. I mean, the element's not sitting on our desk, but we have a list of items that the element covers, and what we often depend on is similar projects. In other words, we've done this evaluation before.
Mm-hmm.
We know that a pipeline project is part of the conservation element, and so we don't have to get into the detail on every project if they're like projects.
Okay. I guess what I was wondering, if there was some type of a backup set of documents that you have on your desk that you generated to get to this point. This is just a summary, or this really is the essence of your analysis.
We have a fairly detailed checklist, if you will, for each project, and we go through that for each and every page. I won't say that there's additional documentation other than here's our list, and if you look at that list of details of each element, it's pretty clear that these projects fall within them.
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Staff? I've got one comment and one question. I want to commend you all for making 200-something projects very clear. So as a matter of presentation, good job. My question is really in the Accounting 101 category. I would like to better understand what the term carryover, how the term carryover is used here, and where it means funds are being spent. As an example, I've actually gotten this question from a resident about the undergrounding project on Hillcrest Drive. This is on pages 107 and 108. So that shows a carryover of $327,000, and then in the detail for that project, it takes those monies from the carryover bucket and puts them into the 2017-2018 bucket. Does that mean the monies will be spent in 2017-2018?
Right. What that means is carryovers are projects that were budgeted in a prior year. And what we do is if it's unspent and the project's going to continue, we will move those monies forward to the next fiscal year. So what this is showing you is in the prior budget, we've had $327,000. So we want to make sure that that's available. And then basically it's the engineers that decide when we're going to take care of this project, when is that project going to be addressed. And then you'll see that under the project schedule. And so they'll give us a timeline as to when they plan on starting that project.
Okay, so the plan is to spend the money in the current fiscal year?
Yes, in the first fiscal year, the next budget, yes.
Right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sakaida. Commissioners, are there any other questions? Commissioner Pletcher.
I think one more comment from staff. Is that right?
Yes, I just wanted to add, and on that Hillcrest, it's a great example. You can see in the description of that project that this is actually going to occur in conjunction with the development of this site. Part of the reason for the delay, and the reason the money's been carried over, is because that developer's behind schedule. We have to work together on these undergrounding projects, and that happens quite often, where we schedule something and it's delayed for lots of different reasons, but that's an example of one.
Great, good point. Thank you for that. Commissioner Pletcher.
Quick final question. Is there any redevelopment dollars still out there? Or are all our projects finished on the redevelopment agency?
Good evening. We do still have one more project. It's the Newberry Road project area, and we're have about $4.1 million remaining.
Okay, I'm really just was curious because we're disappearing and it's a matter of history now, unfortunately, for this great redevelopment money. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, and thank you, staff, for your presentation. Not hearing any other questions, I'll open it up to a motion. And again, I'll remind you that this is not the final stop, but this is a recommendation for our city council. Is there a motion?
I'm happy to make the motion.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Just want to make a motion to that the Planning Commission as a body find the proposed capital improvement program for fiscal years 2017, 2018, and 2018-2019 to be consistent with the Thousand Oaks General Plan as stated in our resolution included in our packet, and that this finding being conveyed to City Council, I believe, tomorrow.
Any comments? Please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
All right. Again, thank you to the staff. And with that, we will move on to item 7B, upcoming hearings. Mr. Shepard.
Okay. Excuse me. All right. Upcoming public hearings before the Planning Commission. We have a meeting for April 24th. It's 2 weeks from tonight. We have two items scheduled for that hearing. One is a new proposed drive-through car wash facility over on Newberry Road. If you're familiar with the site, it's the old Nordic Nursery site. So we have a proposal there. And then we also have a wireless cell site proposed on an existing city water tank over on Whitegate Road, also in the Newberry Park area. And then on 7C, upcoming items that the Commission had looked at and commented on, they're going forward to the Planning Commission, or excuse me, City Council for tomorrow night. The forestry master plan update and forestry master plan update is going forward to the City Council on the tomorrow night, as also the circulation element that was looked at also will be going up tomorrow night. And as Mr. Sakita said, mentioned tomorrow night also the City Council will be having a study session on the CIP budget. So we'll be talking about that also. And that concludes upcoming items.
Thank you. We move next to minutes and resolutions. I did catch two more typos that I did not include in my email. I can just throw those in quickly. One is on page 73 in the commission comments. This is the third paragraph up from the bottom. The word palette is misspelled. It should be P-A-L-E-T-T-E. The other kind of palate is the roof of the mouth. And on in the resolutions on page 75, a personal request, I go by David, not Dave. And I've probably missed that for many, many months. People call me both, but I have a preference. Are there any other modifications to other minutes or resolutions? Is there a resolution to adopt these minutes and resolutions? A motion? Commissioner McMahon.
I move that we adopt the minutes and resolutions as modified tonight
For the meeting of?
for the meeting of March 13th, 2017.
Comments? Please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
We move next to AB 1234 reports. We had lots last time. Do we have any this time? All right, maybe next time. Commission comments. Commissioners. Commissioner Lanson.
I don't know if I'm doing a taboo question, but being new to this process, I know we get the materials Wednesday before a Monday meeting. Is there any chance we can possibly get those materials sometimes a little earlier than that? I don't know if that's taboo, but it just seems especially like tonight, there was a great deal of maps and information.
I will say it would probably be rare to do that. I'm just trying to think of the schedule for planning or for planners. We certainly, when we do our notice, we have to do it in a certain time frame, and so that's one of the keys is when the notice comes out. But certainly, I think the answer is I don't think we could, but certainly we can. I can certainly have planners look into it and see what happens.
Again, I'm not trying to disrupt anything. If there's a natural process, I totally understand. It's just that, again, there was about 20 different maps to go through and a lot of information, especially the reports from the staff.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic on both sides of that. I did impress a large number of people by showing them how much reading we had to do this weekend. So. But are there any other comments? All right, very well. We are adjourned until April 24th, 2017. Good night, Thousand Oaks.
For by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
I love Southern California. There's something for everyone.
When I catch that good wave, I feel like I can fly.
Some people see mountains.
I just feel at home here.
I see a gold medal. Pedal faster. I can just breathe and relax.
Mind, body, and spirit.
Thousand Oaks is a great place to live.
It's a great place to start a business.
Best decision ever.
Welcome to Thousand Oaks, a family-based community with a dynamic cosmopolitan lifestyle. Thousand Oaks is home to various large and small companies and maintains a strong presence in international business. Known for its excellent schools, miles of countryside open space, great restaurants, and premium shopping centers, Thousand Oaks ranks among the top 10 safest cities in the nation and is also celebrated as the ideal setting to raise a family. With a population of 130,000, Thousand Oaks is located in Ventura County, bordering the greater Los Angeles area. Popular tourist destinations, International Airport, and numerous attractions are just a short drive away. Leaving the frenetic lifestyle to LA, Thousand Oaks instead invests in a slower, small-town feel while affording all the comforts and refinements expected of a modern metropolitan area.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
The number one problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're going to start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor! Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor! Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. there's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
first number that we are diving into this week is a huge production number called What You Want, and it takes place when Elle has finally made the decision that in order to get her boyfriend Warner back, she needs to follow him all the way to Harvard Law School, so she studies really hard for the LSATs. But another portion of the admissions process is to submit a personal essay.
This for a personal essay!
We're all of
her cheerleader Delta New friends, and we're there to support her. And instead of writing an admissions essay, she has this big, huge dance number. So that's what we're doing at Harvard.
And it's a really fun, chaotic, crazy, exciting number.
We're using Jerry Mitchell's original choreography, which is a really cool like mix of like cheerleading choreography, as well as like some of us are learning how to be like flag holders, other people are learning how to be in a marching band, even though they're just musical theater dancers.
And it transforms from the beginning. It goes into so many different things. All of a sudden, like first you're in cheerleading, then you're in like African, then you're in like crazy.
We have trumpets, we have drums, we
tap break,
a little tap break,
lifts,
yeah,
stunting,
everything. Yeah, it's got a little of everything.
5, 6, 7, 8, do the Harlem Shake. What?
So the actors really have to be on their game to know I'm doing this step here, and then I have to book it downstage because somebody's going to fly at me with like a flag or a trumpet or a drumstick or something like that. It moves at such a rapid pace that you have to be 10 beats ahead of it.
Oh, I'm having so much fun. I'm sweating, but I'm having like the best time of my life doing this.
The performers that we have here are just fantastic, and I'm just excited to share all the joy that we've been able to be a part of with Legally Blonde in previous years, that now they get to enjoy that same excitement.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Thousand Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle. Now taking riders to the Moore Park Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark. Up next, NASA Edge.
On TOTV, government television for the city of Thousand Oaks.
So, Doug, why do we use sounding rockets to study the auroras?
The sounding rockets.
So, Doug, why do we use sounding rockets to study the auroras?
The sounding rockets have many advantages. They're sort of complementary to the satellites. So the satellites usually have a very extensive instrumentation. They're very expensive, very complex, and they have a lot of capability. And what they do is they fly more or less horizontally through the region. So one advantage of sounding rocket is it's suborbital, means it doesn't orbit. So it goes up and it comes down. So if you want to get a vertical profile of what's happening in a region, you might use a sounding rocket because you can say, I'm going to launch from here, I'm going to go up, and I'm going to come back down. I'm going to measure as a function of height what's going on.
Right.
The satellite gives you a complementary view. What's happening as a function of horizontal distance.
Just give me a slice.
A slice,
right.
Exactly.
Now, do you ever launch a sounding rocket and have a satellite going over the region at the same time?
People do that. Tom Woods at the University of Colorado does that with the SDO. They've got an instrument on board SDO that needs calibration. So they're looking at the sun. They're making the same measurement with the sounding rocket to try to get a good calibration. There have been other attempts to have a satellite go by, and maybe not exactly at the same moment, but nearby in time to do an underflight. And we want to do more of those experiments.
Now, you just had a successful mission just recently called Visions. So what's the Visions project all about?
Well, Visions, we like to have these acronyms. So Visions is sort of an acronym that tells you what the mission is. It's using imaging as opposed to direct measurements along the trajectory to measure a phenomenon that we've known about for a long time but never have had pictures of. And that phenomena is called the auroral wind.
The auroral wind.
The auroral wind.
Wow.
You've heard of the solar wind.
Solar wind, yeah.
Yeah. The auroral wind is a wind of gas or ions that come out of our atmosphere, and they're driven out by the aurora. The aurora comes in, heats the atmosphere, gets it energized, and boils this atmosphere off. So it's a pretty weak, thin stream of gas, but it turns out to be very important because space around Earth is so empty, the magnetosphere is so empty, that having this gas, this oxygen flow out, can dominate, at least temporarily, what's happening out in the magnetosphere. And what drives it out is the magnetosphere itself. So it's a feedback loop where the magnetosphere drives the aurora kicks the oxygen and the auroral wind out, and that regulates or feeds back on the magnetosphere itself.
Now, is it a certain level of storm or before you launch that sounding rocket?
We launched it to a pretty, I guess you might call it a minor substorm.
Okay.
One of the advantages of the rocket program, in addition to this vertical profile, is you can wait. And you can sit there and wait for 10 nights in a row and wait for hours each night to try to get the perfect time. With a satellite, if you zip through and then something happens, you miss it. So we can wait until there's an aurora right in our path and right at the right time, and then go.
So what kind of instrumentation do you have on board to be able to make those measurements?
Okay, we have some things that would be familiar to you. We have a 4-channel camera where we have 4 different colors of light that we're looking down. We're taking pictures from above, looking down on the aurora, so we can see where the aurora is intense and where it might be driving this oxygen wind out. Our other major instrument is something called the MELINA instrument. MELINA stands for Miniaturized Low-Energy Neutral Atom Imager. And MELINA, what it does is it makes pictures by looking at where atoms are coming from. So instead of looking at light to make a picture, it counts how many oxygen atoms are coming at every point. It spins around. It's like a catcher's mitt. And it looks over there and says, I've got so many oxygen atoms. It looks over here and says, I've got so many oxygen atoms. And it makes a map as it spins around, builds up where those pictures are coming from. We want to check how are they increasing as we go up in altitude. How are they corresponding to bright points in the aurora? So we have this camera looking down and saying, there's bright aurora over there. Is there also oxygen coming from that region? We also know that not all aurora are created equally. Some are very energetic and penetrate very low in the atmosphere, and those are usually green.
Right.
And then we have some that are less energetic, and they penetrate to a higher altitude, and they're red. And we have some evidence that the red aurora is a little bit better at energizing this atmosphere out. So we use our green and our red channel from the camera to say, okay, where are those oxygen atoms likely to be coming from? And we want to check our theory by looking where they're actually coming from.
And of course, when you're launching these sounding rockets, you're just not launching them anywhere in the country. You're trying to get into the auroral zone up by the Arctic Circle.
That's right. Yeah. Fairbanks is a famous place to study the aurora. I mean, we have all kinds of tourists from all over the world, mostly from Japan, actually go there because that's a very good place where the skies are clear, it's cold but not too windy, and the aurora is very common every other night, every third night. So it's a great place to look at the aurora. It's also the only land-based rocket range in the U.S. It's operated by the University of Alaska for NASA, and it's got this great downrange facility where you can put cameras and magnetometers. On an ocean range like Wallops, you can't really instrument under where the rocket's flying because it's the ocean. But up there, you can put your instruments under the rocket trajectory and really get a good picture from cameras looking up as well.
I guess it would be hard to launch from Wallops because we're so far south.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, we do lots of great launches from Wallops. We do have interests in the atmospheric physics over Wallops. There's a lot of interesting stuff that happens here. But to study the aurora, you go to, basically Alaska or Norway or Sweden.
Right. Now, you had a successful launch, so can you share some of the data that you received?
Sure. So we saw that we had great electrons coming down. We saw the aurora was very strong, and we saw that our auroral camera was working well. And the Molina instrument is a new instrument, so we're still kind of learning how it works. But we've already seen the fact that the altitude dependence of the oxygen atoms is very distinct. As we're below a certain altitude, the oxygen atoms don't travel very far, and they sort of run into each other. And then as we go above a certain height, they can start to travel long distances. We can start to make these pictures.
Okay.
We've already seen sort of a directionality to that, where we can say there are hot spots in these oxygen atoms. We haven't yet made the mapping of how those hot spots map to the auroral features, but that'll be our next step.
Hey, we're here with Bernardo Petit from the European Space Agency, and today we're going to be talking about the Orion service module. Bernardo, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here.
How is ESA going to be leveraging the ATV technologies into the Orion service module?
Right. Let's first see what is the service module. Let's imagine it as a big truck, which is pushing the crew module. So what does a big truck needs is an engine. So essentially, it's a big propulsion module.
Okay.
That's where the analogy stops, because it provides also other services to the crew module: power, storage of consumable, heat rejection. So many of these features are already built in onto the ATV propulsion module. So we are going to use similar architecture and put together similar equipment. Sometime we are going to customize it and make it work for a beyond LEO mission.
And also, you may be putting in some cutting-edge technology into the vehicle as well.
Yes, we are using similar technologies for the propulsion elements, right, where we are using the main engine is a US-provided engine, right, from the shuttle. Right. We are using other engines that were already in the ATV. On the solar panels, you can consider that the solar panels are an evolution from the one of the ATV. Okay. We are using some heritage, but also there is some quite great deal of innovation. The storage of consumable is essentially similar, and of course what is being customized is the heat rejection, which is quite different, and also the structure itself, because it's really mission tailored.
Since the service module will be attached to the crew module, what are some of the challenges of human rating a spacecraft?
That's a great point, Chris. Human rating a spacecraft is very different if you do a low Earth orbit spacecraft or if you do an interplanetary spacecraft. Why? Because in low Earth orbit, you are not constrained by mass as much as you are when you go beyond low Earth orbit. Now, the challenge is that, of course, the crew has to be absolutely safe, right, but we have also to respect the very stringent mass constraints that we have. So that's where the challenge and the ingenuity of our engineers is required, because you can't just make it everything double. If you put everything double, that will never fly. It will be totally safe, and it will be even safer because it stays on the ground. So it is a mix of redundancy, cross-strapping, reliability, and clever architecture that we have to implement in order to have it human-rated to guarantee in the end the full safety of the crew.
So it's very important when you do your trade studies to kind of balance all those components.
Indeed, and we are doing that in close cooperation with NASA. We cannot do that on our own. It will never work. You have always to see the vehicle as a single vehicle. There is not such a thing as the crew module and the service module. That will never work. You have to think about the Orion vehicle and to have an integrated architecture that satisfies the requirement of human rating.
When we develop a spacecraft that big, it's hard to rely on just one country to build everything. Who are some of the partners for ESA in developing the service module?
Yes, it's a very articulated effort in Europe we're having to participate and build this service module. It is led by a country and a country being Germany and the company being Astrium, located in Bremen. And there are many other countries in Europe, France, Italy, Spain, Belgium, Switzerland, and some other countries that are also supporting the development of these spacecraft. In Europe, we are quite used to do cooperation within countries. That's all about ESA. The list is very long. I've just mentioned the important one that are providing hardware that then will be integrated in Bremen and then shipped to KSC for final integration and test with the rest of the Orion spacecraft.
Is the service module going to be reused every single time, or is it something that you'll have to rebuild each time?
We have to rebuild each time. The service module is totally expendable. It is being separated from the crew module before entry, so it burns into the atmosphere while the crew perform entry and, of course, land safely the astronaut on the ground.
Now, you currently work on the ISS as well.
Indeed.
How different is the challenge of, let's say, constructing the International Space Station and maintaining it in low Earth orbit, as opposed to developing this new spacecraft going beyond low Earth orbit to Mars, to an asteroid, or beyond?
This is a great question, and I'm very grateful of it. If you want to see, the ISS is a big modular house, which you can build like Lego pieces. Things have to be compatible, but not necessarily totally integrated. You can have design freedom, build a module in one way and the other one different way, as long as you plug them together and they work. A spacecraft like Orion is a totally integrated spacecraft. You can't afford multi-design philosophy in the architecture. It has to be really integrated, because otherwise you lose one thing. You lose the efficiency, the mass, and in the end, the performance of your spacecraft goes down and you don't perform the mission. As opposed to the modularity of the ISS, which has been built in various pieces, then it never suffered of the mass criteria. Okay, what you do, if it is more heavy, you have a shuttle fly extra, which is, of course, a bit more expensive, but it's not a go, no go. There it's a go, no go. You can't afford to have multi-philosophy for the design of the spacecraft.
You know, human exploration has always fascinated the public. And sometimes we have a challenge, in the United States to get kids excited about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Where do you sort of see the European people in terms of getting excited about human space exploration?
Well, I guess we're not that different.
Okay.
We are facing the same challenges, and we have to explain to the community at large and to the young people that intelligence is a great investment. It is fine to listen to pop music, to watch sport, and I love pop music and I love sport. But intelligence is something very important. Education is something important. Innovation is something very important. Now, what is the best challenge? What a better challenge than exploring the universe by sending 3 or 4 of our colleagues beyond our low Earth orbit and looking what is there. I think this is extremely exciting. There is room for all the creativity of all of us in there. You can be an astronaut, you can be an engineer, you can operate, there is room for everyone on this great trip. And I think this is the challenge of our society, to understand how much this is important.
Now, when that service module is built in Germany, are you going to find a place to kind of sign your name inside?
Well, we are negotiating that very hard, but I think we'll find a way to have and unfortunately, it's going to burn down the atmosphere. So, but at least we'll have our picture taken before the launch, close to the little encryption on the structure.
Well, Bernardo, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It was nice to have you here.
One of the benefits of doing the NASA Edge show is that we have an opportunity to not only speak to engineers, scientists, but former astronauts, current astronauts, agency director, and center directors.
And Bob Cabana, center director for NASA Kennedy, was all of those, what you said, rolled into one person.
Absolutely.
Which is really cool, which is very unique.
And he actually sat down with you on the our live show set for the SpaceX 3 launch, and you did a decent interview with him.
Yeah, he gave us the big picture of commercial space going on at NASA Kennedy Space Center, from commercial crew to commercial flight. In fact, we talked a little bit about the SpaceX NASA agreement at Pad 39A, and also we're waiting for SLS when it first launches in 2018 or FY18 from Pad 39B.
And after you watch this interview, if you want to learn more about the SpaceX 3 launch and the reason we were at the Kennedy Space Center, go to our Ustream page. You can also go to iTunes and download all of our shows, including the best of for the SpaceX 3 launch.
And don't forget to watch it through its entirety, because there's a special at the end. I tell you what, this is another great day for a launch, and of course you've seen many launches here over the years, but we sort of have a new direction since shuttles retired.
We do, and every launch is special. I don't care what it is. When a rocket leaves planet Earth, it's a special event, and it's really neat to watch. And today's an historic day. I don't know if you know, but just a little while ago, I was out at Pad 39A with our administrator, Charlie Bolden, and the president and chief operating officer of SpaceX, Wynne Shotwell, and we had just signed the agreement leasing Pad A to SpaceX.
Oh, that's great news.
It is great news because, this is our future. We are establishing KSC as a multi-user spaceport. Government and commercial operations, crew and cargo, to and from low Earth orbit and beyond. And just a mile up from Pad 39A is Pad 39B, our future for heavy lift for the Orion spacecraft. We're on track. In fact, Orion rolls out of the operations and checkout building in May. It's going to be complete. That's a real spaceship. It rolls out of the ONC. It goes over to the PHSF, the Payload Hazardous Servicing Facility for hypergolic servicing.
Right.
Then it goes to the LASF, the Launch Abort System facility to get that, abort rocket put on top. And then this December, and it could go earlier, we gave up our launch date for a DoD mission, but by December at the latest, we will be launching on a Delta IV Heavy 3,000 nautical miles from Earth, further than we've gone since we went to the moon, on a test flight of the Orion spacecraft, checking out its thermal protection system, its recovery systems, and pick it up off the coast of California and bring it back. And it's going to get used again. And that's real space hardware, a real spaceship, paving the way for a flight out here.
And it's going to be exciting times for NASA Kennedy, as you said.
This is an exciting time. I am very positive about our future. We are enabling commercial space operations in addition to preparing a way to explore and establish that human presence in our solar system.
Will SpaceX be using the VABs for
No, they're going to build their own horizontal processing facility right outside of 39A on the Crawlerway. And that's where the Falcon 9 Heavy and then Falcon 9, when it flies off this pad, will be processed, and it rolls up horizontally, gets erected out on the pad. Yep.
And then will SpaceX allow other companies use?
No, right now it's an exclusive for SpaceX, and if they make their manifest that they show, it's going to be busy out there.
Now I tell you what, one of these days we're going to be seeing that SLS coming out to Pad 39B.
I cannot wait. You can right behind us. There's the mobile launcher.
That's right.
We're modifying the base of it. We're getting the systems installed on it. High Bay 3 and the VAB, the furthest one from where we're looking. That's going to have right now all the platforms are out of it. We've let the contract for the new platforms to support SLS, and it's not that far off. This is 2014. We're looking at a flight in fiscal year 18, just 3 years away.
That's EM1?
EM1, okay. And that's the Space Launch System with the Orion crew vehicle on it, without a crew in it, on a full functional test of the system before we put crews on it. And that's going to be awesome. I cannot wait. The pad is coming along great. Right now, we've totally gutted the flame trench. All the flame deflectors out of it, all the fire bricks are off the wall. Whole new system is going in. We're going to use a steel flame deflector this time, only in one direction. And, we're upgrading the environmental control system that provides the conditioned air to the vehicle. We've already done all the data distribution system, pulled all the copper wire. We made $620,000 in scrap off the copper that we pulled out and reinvested it back into the project. All fiber optics, digital control system, but this is going to be our launch pad. We are going to Mars from that launch pad.
State-of-the-art facility.
You got it. 30 years from now, we're going to be launching still off this launch pad. It was difficult to see the shuttle stop flying, but we want to transition to the future, and the future is exploring away from our home planet, away from planet Earth. And we needed, truthfully, a little downtime to put the investment into the facilities to get them ready to support SLS and Orion.
Now, what I want to know is when we have that 130 metric ton vehicle, which is going to be even bigger than Saturn V.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. Yep.
Where are we going to have to be to see that launch?
Well, I'm hoping it's the exact same spot. It's going to be pretty darn impressive. Yeah, absolutely.
You think the 3 miles would be at the
I think so. We'll have to take a look. But yeah, I'm hoping so.
And if you had to do it all over again, being a former astronaut, would you be willing to go back? And
I would go in a heartbeat right now. I would be flying on Dream Chaser, the Boeing CT-100, the Dragon Rider, the Orion. If it goes to space, sign me up.
Well, Bob, thank you so much for being here. We look forward to the Falcon 9 launch, which is going to be the resupply
Beautiful
mission.
day.
Beautiful day. Resupply mission to station, and we look forward to talking to you again.
Chris, always.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Well, that wraps up another launch for NASA Edge.
Another successful launch. You know what? This is beginning to be my home away from home here at Kennedy Space Center. We've been down here so much.
I'm part Floridian at this point.
Absolutely.
Hey, we want to thank all our guests that make this show possible, especially the subject matter experts that were with us today.
Absolutely.
And we had our special guest, Center Director Robert Cabana, who joined us.
Awesome, amazing.
His name is Robert. He was an astronaut. That yellow jumpsuit that he wore, it made all the girls adore. He's from Minnesota, and he has a math degree. He's always reaching for a star. That's just how high he set the bar. His mission count was 4. That's a really decent score. And now he's the center director. Who could ask for more? Yeah, it's Robert Cabana. And don't you know I'm a big fan of Robert Cabana. That tight marine haircut is always in fashion when you're Robert Cabana.
You're killing me. Why?
You're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Robert Cabana. Sing with me. Robert Cabana. Conga line, come on. Robert Cabana.
See, they're going to get me on that one.
So, you guys going to see Sparty tonight?
Yeah, like I would really miss that one. His older brother always takes care of things.
Sweet, that means there'll be plenty of beer.
Hey, there's Luke and Jess. Hey guys, we were just talking about the party tonight.
You guys going?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Come on, you guys missed the last one.
Yeah, I know, but...
Well, hey, we're starting early. You want some?
California is a state of great beauty, resources, and opportunity. But unfortunately, California is facing a great problem. A typical day in the life of a young person living in California includes an inundation of alcohol influences. There are TV ads, billboards, music, and movies. Not to mention pictures posted on social media. And then there are parents and adults who are willing to provide alcohol and community norms that support underage drinking. These are just some of the ways our youth are being exposed to alcohol. But luckily, there are lots of people who do care about the issue and are working to prevent underage drinking in California. Let's take a look.
Here at the Office of Traffic Safety, we fund several programs that I believe work in high schools. Friday Night Live, I think, makes a huge difference. We fund real DUI trials and sentencing trials at high schools. We fund the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. They also have programs which include shoulder tap as far as enforcement. Those programs work. We have the TRACE program through the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, and this is a program that's trying to find out where that minor had their drink, and that's an important program that was started here several years ago in California. So I think those are 4 examples of programs that I really believe work in California and programs that we fund.
I've been on the California Highway Patrol for now almost 36 years, and with underage drinking, it should never happen in the first place, but we're not naive to think it doesn't happen. We just need help. We need help from parents, we need help from caregivers, we need help from the public to ensure that our children remain safe. And by that I mean not allowing them to have alcohol, not allowing them to go to parties where alcohol is provided, not having parties with alcohol involved with underage children.
Ultimately, all of us are indeed responsible for preventing underage drinking. It is all of our responsibility. As a parent as well as a grandparent, underage drinking is indeed important for me because I want to see my grandson live a healthy life. I want to see him grow up to have all the opportunities and make all the right choices and all the right decisions.
I think parents need to be very careful and model their behavior, especially when it gets to excess. Now, I'm not saying that people shouldn't drink when they have parties, but parents pour into cars, parents are drinking shots, parents are doing things, kids are absorbing everything. And then for us to tell them, you know, don't do this, don't do that, and they shouldn't because they're under 21, but I just think it's kind of a mixed message, and we have to be very, very, very careful. So modeling good behavior, I think, is extremely important.
We need everyone involved because this is a major issue. It doesn't just impact the child, it impacts a community. So it has to be everybody standing up and saying, you know what, we're in. We're not going to tolerate this any longer because it's our children, it's our future, it's our community.
So, you want some?
Nah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, me too.
Psh, whatever.
Jessica and Luke are not the only young people dealing with the pressures of using alcohol. This kind of situation is occurring all throughout California, and that's why we're taking action. Current efforts are helping, but we need your help too.
In my community, we're working to reduce the use of alcohol in marketing for community events.
Where I live, we're working to prevent underage drinking by changing social norms.
In my county, we are in the process of enacting a social host ordinance, which would impose consequences to those providing alcohol to minors.
In my town, we are working to enforce the Lee Law.
We're working with local merchants to prevent retail access.
In my local community, we are working to educate the younger generations on the dangers of alcohol abuse.
Are you in? Are you in?
Are you in?
Are you in?
You can count me in.
You can count me in.
You can count me in.
original, but then they put their own little thing in it, like cup holders and subwoofers and a Model T. So I like that. I think he enjoyed writing that. This next piece, Happy, everyone asks me, what in the world does that have to do with classical music? So I'm going to tell you anyway. I was trying to explain to the students that when you play Mozart and Haydn, they didn't have to write every dot and dash on the music, that the musicians of the day would have understood that instinctively. So I was asking them, okay, what's a song you know? And they all, I mean like 99% said Happy. So I said, okay, if I gave you Happy, the composer would not have to put every little mark, you would just know how it felt, just because you're used to hearing this music. So I went and did a little research and I found out that Happy is indeed a very happy and fun song. And I also found out that somebody was arranging it for youth, not for youth, for a string orchestra. So we were able to perform it. And I'm thinking that we could be one of the first string orchestras actually to perform this. We haven't even had this, probably just about a month, so it's brand new. So they had a lot of fun playing this. So we'll finish with that, and then Ode to Joy, which from Beethoven's incredible final Ninth Symphony, you'll all recognize it. So I think it's a great way to end our concert with happy and joyful, because that's just the kind of year we've had, happy and joyful, and that's our wish here at CPO for all of our students. So have fun if you want to sing, if you want to clap, if you want to dance, you just go right ahead, because I'm telling you, this one's really happy and fun.
Welcome to the concert. I'm glad you're all here. It's kind of warm up here. It's nice to see everybody here. Next number we're going to do, our assistant conductor, Michael Armstrong, will conduct for us, and it's the March Militaire. And what we've done is we've added some of the new strings from the last orchestra to play this number with us, kind of getting them warmed up and moving to the next level. We hope. So that's what we're looking for. So, Michael, if you come on out, Michael Armstrong, our assistant conductor. we're going to do something kind of special for you that's very, very different. It's the brainchild of our percussion coach, Bonnie Voss. She had brought this to me and said, hey, we need more for the percussion, and I got an idea. I said, oh, okay, let's do that. So we're going to do this Dr. Seuss thing called Gerald McBoing, and it's from the 50s, so I'm sure there's some, I couldn't possibly remember that, but some of you might. And we have, it's going to feature our percussion section, and a small wind section, and a cello and viola. But we've got a really special person that's going to come in today and narrate for us. And if you look at the back of your programs, you can look at that later, you notice that on November the 2nd, we're going to do a concert here with the 100-piece Symphony Orchestra with the Four Preps and the New Chordettes. And you're going to hear some old tunes that it will rock you out. I've seen them perform. They're amazing. So our narrator today is one of the Four Preps. And if you look, you see his biography, he goes way back. He's a pop icon, okay? He's still kicking. And right now, he runs the Four Preps, and his wife is the head of the New Chordettes. So we're getting really excited. We're getting really revved up for this November benefit concert. It will benefit the youth orchestra. We're hoping to sell it out, make a lot of money, and help these kids. So I'd like to introduce to you now Mr. Bob Duncan.
This is the story of Gerald McCloy and the strange thing that happened to that young boy. They say it all started when Gerald was 2. At least most of the kids start talking at that time, too. He started talking. You know what he said? He didn't talk words. He went instead. "What's that?" cried his father, his face turning gray. "That's a very odd thing for a young boy to say." And poor Gerald's father rushed to the phone and quick dialed the number of Dr. Malone. "Come over fast," the poor father pled. "Our boy can't speak words. He goes boing, boing instead." In no time at all, the doctor was there. My, he said, "this case is quite rare." Gerald opened his mouth, noises started to flow, and then little Gerald went. Times in a row. "I see," said the doctor. "It's just as you said. He doesn't speak words. He goes putty-ump, crash bang instead. I've no cure for this. I can't handle the case." And he picked up his pills and walked out of the place. Months passed, and Gerald got louder and louder till one day he went like a big keg of powder. It was then that his father said, "Oh, this is enough. He'll drive us both mad with this terrible stuff. A boy of his age shouldn't sound like a fool. He's got to learn words. We must send him to school." Gerald was scrubbed, and his hair was brushed neat. Then he was sent to the school on Mulberry Street. But a half an hour later, oh, alas and alack, with a note from his teacher, little Gerald came back.
From Public School 7 to Mrs. McCloy. Your little son Gerald's a most helpless boy. We cannot accept him, for we have a rule that a pupil must not go in our school. Your boy will go all his life, I'm afraid. Sincerely yours, Fanny Schultz, teacher, first grade. Now, Gerald's mother sent him outside to play. That way, at least, he'd be out of her way. But poor little Gerald, when he went outside, found if a fellow goes, no one wants him around. When a fellow goes, he can't have any pals, and his frightened the gals. Yeah, they all shouted. Your name's not McCloy. You're Gerald McBoing Boing, the noise-making boy. Now Gerald was sad, and in shame hung his head. He didn't go out. He just wished he was dead. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't speak words, but made noises instead. One late night, he went out in the snow, though Gerald knew he had no place to go. He'd never make good, he thought with a sob. A boy who makes noises can't hold down a job. His sad heart was breaking. He'd jump on a train. He knew he could never come home again. But suddenly, while he ran clippity-clop, there came out of the night a voice shouting, "Stop!" Aren't you Gerald McBoing Boing, the lad with the drums? My boy, you can still be the pride of your chums. I can make you the most famous lad in the nation, for I own the radio station. I need a smart fellow to handle the traps, who can play on a gourd while his castanets claps. Your timbre is great, your gong is inspired. Quick, come to. McBoing Boing, you're hired. Now we switch to a concert
already in progress on station BOING, Gerald's permanent address. You'll hear from this lad unbelievable sounds. On the drums and the cymbals, he has skills that have no bounds. Hold on to your seat. You'll witness the wonder of the musical world. For Gerald can't blunder, he'll make no mistake. This musical show stars Gerald McBoing Boing. He's ready to go. Now Gerald is rich, he has friends, he's well fed, 'cause he doesn't speak words. He goes instead.
Thank you again for being here. It was a really special soloist today. See? Matthew Chen. You can read about his bio. He's won, like every award there is to win, and he just won the other night that we didn't get into the program. He had received at Oaks Christian Commencement the Dallas Price Van Breda Artistic Expression Award, and he is the first graduate in the history of Oaks Christian to attend the Juilliard School of Music. So we're really proud of that. There's 32 graduates today, and I could probably talk 15, 20 minutes about each one. I'm probably longer than that. Got a lot of stories about these people. But one little story about Matthew, and he's probably going to kill me for telling you this story, but when he was in the third grade, he couldn't really sit in the chair because he was too small. So he didn't want to sit on the stool. He kept telling his dad, I want to sit on the stool. He said, I have to sit on the stool because you're not big enough. So we're not really sure. We think he's been around for 11 years, 9 years. We're not sure. He's just been here forever. He holds the distinction of being a section leader, one of the youngest section leaders for the longest time. So without further ado, Matthew Chen. Well, since we have two wonderful seniors here, Matthew and Cameron are going to do a little encore for you. And this is the Passacaglia by Halverson. Wow. There's nothing else I can say. If I could get Michelle Bowman to come out. I forgot something. Karen, would you please come out here? Michelle has been a faithful board member and supporter for a long time. I believe it's back to 2002. We've traveled the world together. We've been to Europe. We've been to Hawaii. We've had so much fun. And the plaque says, with our appreciation, Michelle Bowman, thank you for your service as the president from 2010 to 2014 and your contributions to inspiring youth through music. Thank you, Michelle.
I couldn't do this without the support of the board of directors. I couldn't do this without the support of the volunteers, and I certainly would never have gotten involved had it not been for Bill Benson and Karen, my son David, who recently graduated Cal State Northridge with a degree in music performance. I don't play an instrument. I play spreadsheets. I can play a typewriter pretty good. But I really do appreciate this, and it's been a pleasure. It's an honor to serve. Thank you.
Bye.
That was the La Gazza Ladra overture from the opera. And the opera, I've read it, and it's so convoluted, and it's about a bird that comes down and steals a silver spoon, and they blame somebody in town for doing it, and they're getting ready to prosecute him, and I don't know, maybe cut his head off, who knows. But the bird comes back and drops the spoon, and everything ends beautifully. So that's the story. Now we're going to play for you the most important four notes ever written in the history of music. Okay? Fate Knocking at the Door. What we'll do is we'll play the first movement, then we'll announce our seniors, our graduates, and then we'll end with the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Enjoy this, because we've had a lot of fun learning it and playing it. You're going to have a lot of fun hearing it. if my dear friend and colleague, Karen Sanchez, would come out. She's going to help me this year for a number of reasons. Biggest reason is I'm a big crybaby. So we're going to announce each name, years they've been in the orchestra, school they're going to, and their majors. And they're going to stand up, and if we'd like to get out of here before 10 o'clock tonight, let's hold our applause until they're all up. Graduates, stand up and stand, and we'll give a big thundering applause at the end. Okay, here we go. Karen, you start. I'm trying to breathe.
Take your time. Haley Gaidos, 5 years, UC Berkeley, English major.
Alexandria Elia, 3 years, University of St. Andrews in Scotland, neuroscience.
Braxton Lazar, 5 years, University of Arizona, electrical and computer engineering.
Aiden Saito, 4 years, La Sierra University, chemistry.
John Sotoli, 6 years, UCSB, physics.
Matthew Chin, 9, 10, 11, we're not sure, years, the Juilliard School of Music, cello performance.
Justin Buchanan, 3 years, UCLA, pre-med.
Alicia Carducci, 4 years, UCSB, political science.
Min Kwan, 5 years, Yale University, economics.
Soheil Bami, 9 years, UC Berkeley, computer science and engineering.
Okay. James Arndt, 1 year, Arizona State University, chemical engineering.
Ryan Swanson, 3 years, UC Davis, animal sciences.
Bryce Kramer, 4 years, University of Massachusetts, music performance.
Gavin Wright, 2 years, New England Conservatory, trumpet performance.
Gary Babich, 2 years, Moorpark College, electrical engineering.
Kamale King, 1 year, UC Santa Cruz, bioengineering.
Tucker Bose, 5 years, Cal State Channel Islands, history.
Braxton Torres, 3 years, Cal Arts, bassoon performance.
Amy Lee, 3 years, UC Berkeley, chemical engineering.
Jenna Brown Rout, 2 years, American University, public health.
Sophie Seymour, 4 years, Loyola Marymount University, business administration.
Margaret Harrison, 2 years, University of the Pacific, music therapy.
Jared Schnapper, 4.5 years, UC Berkeley, biological sciences and neurobiology.
Kevin Lee, 7 years, Boston College, undecided.
Vincent Chang, 11 years, UC Irvine, computer science.
Don't. Alan Chin, 5 years, Cornell University, policy analyst and management. This one's a hard one. You want me to do it?
Yes.
She can't do this one. Ryan Legault, 11 years, CSUN, music and psychology.
Thank you. Okay, J.L. Minor, 4 years, Pepperdine University, psychology.
McKenna Coker, 9 years, Wheaton College, English.
Cameron Daly, 6 years, Yale University, global affairs.
Joshua Lai, 6 years, UCLA, linguistics and computer science.
Shant Andrikian, 4 years, Santa Monica College, undecided.
Kate Draper, 2 years, Dickinson College, the classics. And we have one more. We have one of our coaches, longtime coaches, been with us forever, who is just graduated, David Bowman, as a graduate at Cal State Northridge in music double bass performance. There's our graduates. Could a big round of applause. It was fate. Okay, we're gonna finish our program with the last movement of the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Hope you've enjoyed the concert. Please mark the date, November 2nd, for our big concert with the four preps and the chordettes. It will be a hoot, I guarantee it. So we've enjoyed you coming. Thank you all for being here and supporting us. And now, the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5.
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You've been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
first number that we are diving into this week is a huge production number called What You Want, and it takes place when Ellen has finally made the decision that in order to get her boyfriend Warner back, she needs to follow him all the way to Harvard Law School, so she studies really hard for the LSATs. But another portion of the admissions process is to submit a personal essay.
We're all her cheerleader Delta New friends, and we're there to support her, and instead of writing an admissions essay, she has this big, huge dance number, so that's what we're doing at Harvard.
And it's a really fun, chaotic, crazy, exciting number.
We're using Jerry Mitchell's original choreography, which is a really cool mix of cheerleading choreography, as well as some of us are learning how to be flag holders, other people are learning how to be in a marching band even though they're just musical theater dancers.
And it transforms from the beginning. It goes into so many different things. All of a sudden, first you're in cheerleading, then you're in African, then you're in crazy.
We have trumpets, we have drums, we
tap break,
a little tap break,
lifts,
yeah,
stunting, everything.
Yeah, it's got a little of everything.
5, 6, 7, 8, do the Harlem Shake. What?
So the actors really have to be on their game to know I'm doing this step here, and then I have to book it downstage because somebody's going to fly at me with a flag or a trumpet or a drumstick or something like that. It moves at such a rapid pace that you have to be 10 beats ahead of it.
Oh, I'm having so much fun. I'm sweating, but I'm having the best time of my life doing this.
The performers that we have here are just fantastic, and I'm just excited to share all the joy that we've been able to be a part of with Legally Blonde in previous years, that now they get to enjoy that same excitement.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Thousand Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle. Now taking riders to the Moorpark Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through Friday. Regular fares are just $2.50 and $1.25 for seniors, disabled, or Medicare passengers, with free transfers to Thousand Oaks Transit buses. Best of all, Metrolink ticket holders ride for free. Take the train to work and school. With fares this low, every ride's a party.
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
You like 58.
Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Okay, you want that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great.
Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
I love Southern California. There's something for everyone.
When I catch that good wave, I feel like I can fly.
Some people see mountains.
I just feel at home here.
I see a gold medal. Pedal faster.
I can just breathe and relax.
Mind, body, and spirit.
Thousand Oaks is a great place